evening, members of the audience. We will not be starting right now, but I did want to make an announcement. So we had a council member who had an urgent matter to take care of at home, and he will be joining us virtually. We need about 20 to 30 minutes to get that technology set up so then he can participate virtually. So talk amongst yourselves. No, we have, yeah, there's some other stuff that we're going to have to, we'll have to wait, and they need to get set up anyways. Okay, so talk among yourselves.
In the other room for
Okay, another announcement really quick. We will be having the study session room open. We are just about at capacity for this room. So, and if anybody wants to spread out or go to the other room, TVs will be set up for you to view as well. Thanks.
Recording in progress.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Me too. My apologies.
Good. Alex, can you confirm that you can see the presentation?
I can. Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Sounds good. I do want to apologize to everybody who's been waiting and been very patient while I have. Again,
Could we have quiet, please, for a moment?
Everybody waiting.
Those of you in the chamber, we're trying to test the audio for Councilmember Kalkoffer. So if we can have some silence for a moment.
Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate the last-minute accommodation. Had a family emergency with wife out of town, so sorry for the delay, and I really appreciate us being able to make this accommodation so quickly. So my apologies. I really wanted to be there in person, and I'm very sorry.
So Lindsay, you're good to go?
Okay, great. Get mine, so. Okay, I would now like to call the July 14th Longmont City Council regular session to order. The live stream of this meeting can be viewed at the city's YouTube channel, longmontpublicmedia.org/watch, or on Comcast channels 8 or 880. Can we begin with a roll call, please?
Mary Doggle Faring,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem McCoy,
Present.
Councilmember Christ,
Present.
Councilmember Kalkoffer,
Present.
Councilmember Marsing, Councilmember Popkin,
Here.
Councilmember Prieto.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Great. Before we start for the pledge, I want to see, we need to have official approval of Councilmember Kalkoffer joining online.
So moved.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Christ. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed. Okay, you are legit. Let's stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so in accordance with council's rules of procedure, the rules for providing public comment are as follows. Only Longmont residents and employees of the city of Longmont may speak during first call public invited to be heard. You must provide your name and address at the sign-up sheet before the meeting, or I will not call your name. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Anyone may speak on second reading or public hearing item, and you are asked to add your name to the speaker list for the specific item before the meeting. Anyone may speak on final call public invited to be heard. And anyone who had signed up on this original list, you will be the first ones that I will call in final call public invited to be heard if you live outside of the city limits. Let's see. Members of the audience shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar, or abusive language, applause, heckling, or other actions that interfere with the orderly function of the council. Okay, and let's see. Let's go ahead and vote for the approval of the minutes. Okay, so the motion to approve the June 23rd, 2026 regular session minutes have been made by Mayor Pro Tem. Do I have a second? And seconded by Councilmember Marsing. Okay, if there's no discussion on it, let's go ahead and vote. That is, I'm gonna refresh. Okay, I can give a verbal vote if, okay, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, so that carries unanimously. And then before going on to, agenda revisions. Dawn, do you have any agenda revisions?
Mayor, I do not have any
Okay.
agenda revisions.
I am going to make an agenda revision. We have a very heavy agenda, and we have some very passionate items that we're going to be discussing tonight. And in an effort to give it its full merit, I will be removing item D in general business, the discussion of utility on-bill repayment demonstration project, and we will be moving it to a future agenda. So staff, if you are here, you are free. You may go. You're dismissed. And then, so we'll do items A, B, and C. Do we have any motions from the city council for future agenda items? Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I'm sending this to Dawn as well. It's an email if you wanted that. Mayor, we have another informational item on our agenda regarding e-bikes and e-motos and the comprehensive work that staff has been doing on that. I don't expect we'll have a discussion on that tonight, but I wanted to make a brief motion to kind of set a more intentional course from here on that. And so the motion that I'd like to propose here is to direct the city manager to solicit feedback from advisory boards and community groups this summer on the e-bike and e-moto response plan to inform future policy considerations as needed. Outreach should include, but is not limited to, our Transportation Advisory Board, our Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, our Youth Council, and the NGLA.
Second.
Okay, so the motion has been made for, I guess, like a community engagement. Just, I'm trying to think about how to concise this into one word, or in one word, one sentence. Can you narrow that down to
It's
one
what I
sentence?
said.
Okay, did you send the language to staff? Okay.
Yep, Dawn has it. And maybe I'll just articulate briefly.
Yes.
So if anyone's curious about this, and I've received many emails and concerns about kind of the growing trend in e-bikes and e-motos. I am an e-biker. I love my e-bike, but at the same time, I think we need to make sure that we are responsibly meeting the emerging technologies and how those are integrated into our streets and our neighborhoods and our paths for people. There's a whole range of education, incentives, programs, enforcement strategies that staff has proposed that you can actually find online if you're curious to read more on our agenda. It's just very low down on our agenda today because we have a lot of items. So that informational item, I would like us to kind of act on and start to get some feedback on from various boards and neighborhood groups, so that when we have if we need to have a deeper policy conversation, we've already solicited feedback from those stakeholders already.
Sure. So and now I'll read the language. So the motion has been made by Councilmember Popkin to direct the city manager to solicit feedback from advisory boards and community groups this summer on the e-bike and e-moto response plan to inform future policy considerations as needed. Outreach should include, but not limited to, TAB, TAB, Transportation Advisory Board, Parks and Rec Advisory Board, Youth Council, and NGLA, and also our impact team. Like if we can, I know it's not limited to, but I want to make sure they don't get overlooked. Okay. And it has been seconded by Councilmember Marcin. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Councilor Popkin, for thinking about engaging with community first, because it was in our minutes. We had discussed and passed the motion that we would move and direct staff to bring back for further discussion a policy regarding measures first be referred to the community engagement team to assess community engagement pathway. And it includes referrals to appropriate boards. So would you agree that we could send it to the community engagement team and have them tell us where they think, it might be appropriate? And I'm not saying that what you suggested is a bad idea. I'm just saying that, sometimes they know things we don't know. And it's useful to talk to staff about it first.
Related to this.
Okay, Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, how dare you challenge? No, I'm just kidding. I think that I have no objection to it. The language was explicitly not exclusive,
limited to, yeah.
And I wanted to stipulate the most relevant groups that I thought would be relevant. But if the economic impact team wants to weigh in, the community engagement team, I have no problem with that. I would defer to kind of staff on who the most appropriate groups would be through that process. But I wanted to make sure that we are hitting some of the key pillars: transportation, parks, neighborhood, the neighborhood groups, and our youth council.
Yeah, we can do that, and then the item specifically on community engagement, that's coming on August 11th.
Great.
Okay, great. Let's go ahead and vote. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Okay, and if you want to give a verbal vote as well.
Dawn, I'm a yay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that carries unanimously. So we are now on to, seeing no one else in the queue, City manager, does the city manager have a report?
No report, Mayor, Council.
Okay, so we are now on to special reports and presentations. A proclamation designating July 25th, 2026 as Longmont Cruise Night in Longmont, Colorado. So we do have some members of the audience, the Car Club presidents. If you all can make your way down, I will read the proclamation, and if you have any words you wanted to add. Presidents and organizers. Just said presidents. So organizers as well. You can make your way over to the podium. And then, okay, so a proclamation designating July 25th, 2026 as Longmont Cruise Night in Longmont, Colorado. Whereas the tradition of cruising is deeply rooted in Longmont's history, dating back to the 1930s, when social cruising emerged on Main Street as a regular evening tradition for local youth, and has since evolved into generational tradition that continues to live on year after year through Longmont's lifelong residents. Longtime residents and new residents alike. And whereas a strong car club culture continues to thrive in Longmont and remains an important part of the community's cultural identity, bringing together people of all ages, backgrounds, and walks of life through a shared appreciation of automobiles, community, and tradition, while also providing opportunities for residents and non-residents alike to showcase their craftsmanship, creativity, and automotive art. And whereas sustained through the collective efforts of enthusiasts, local businesses, and residents, this uniquely community-driven tradition continues to grow stronger and attract participants throughout Colorado, bringing crowds downtown along Main Street to gather, watch, and celebrate the rolling car show that defines Cruise Night. And whereas Cruise Night supports local businesses, contributes to tourism, activates the downtown corridor, and economic activity in Longmont while providing safe, free, accessible public gathering space that serves as a third space for youth, residents, and visitors. And whereas the City of Longmont recognizes Cruise Night as a longstanding community tradition of cultural, historical, and civic significance, and affirms its support for continued collaboration with community organizers and partners to advance Cruise Night as a sanctioned and city-supported event. Now, therefore, I, Susie Hidalgo Faring, by virtue of the authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, I do hereby proclaim July 25th, 2026 as Longmont Cruise Night in Longmont, and invite all the citizens of the community to recognize and enjoy the Longmont Cruise in celebration of its longstanding tradition, proudly affirming on this night, Longmont will definitely be cruising. Yeah, yay. Okay. And I've already staked out my spot where I'm going to sit. I'm going to bring my fold-up chair and all the good things so I can watch it. Thank you. And is there anyone who would like to speak? You can come forward to the mic. They won't have time to speak. So.
My name is Ron Inskeep, and I'm a member of the 303's Car Club. And we're here with other car clubs that we're very proud to be associated with. We have members of the Coloradans over here, along with Suave Car Club as well. The Niagara Chiefs are here as well. We want to come together and work with the city. We're so happy that we're able to do this with you guys. Very proud that this is happening. We've cruised Longmont. We've lived here for many, many years. This has been something that we've all grown up doing, and we want to pass that on to new generations. We're very happy to work with the Longmont Police Department so that, you know, we bring our families to the cruise, and we want them to know them. Anyway, thank you so much. Mayor, I did bring something that I would like to give to you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
If I
And
could-
if you want to join us, we could take a picture all together.
Yes, we would
And
love
I'll
that.
hand over the
We would certainly love that. And we did bring our cars.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you for doing that.
I've been adopted. Nice. All right. Oh, yeah. Yep, we'll have to squish a little. All right. 1, 2, 3, cruise. All right, thank you very much.
So I don't know if Councilmember Kalkofer, you didn't get to see my gift. Very good. Okay, so we are now on to public invited to be heard. And we have quite a list. So I'm going to call 5 at a time to work your way to the front. Yeah, yeah, leave. Yeah, he's not arguing with me on that one. Yeah, you could go ahead and sit in the back. And then first person on the list, Sharon O'Leary, if you can come down, make your way to the podium. And then for the 4 seats up front, Sue Alberg, Tim Hipsher, Howard Morgan, Al Manley, and Gary Hogue. Yeah, you all could sit at these seats up front. Yes. Yep. And you will have 3 minutes.
Sharon O'Leary, 534 Emory. I served on the Park, Rec, and Open Space Board that brought you Decision 99, and we built the current rec center 26 years ago. I'm here tonight to beg you not to direct staff to proceed with the purchase of the YMCA property. If you do, you'll be robbing current and future citizens of a recreational facility that will meet the recreational needs for now and 26 years from now. Even when the YMCA was open, it did not meet, the city was already at a recreational deficit. We were underserving our citizens. Why would you even think that investing taxpayer dollars to revive a trend home factory as our best option? This poor investment would overspend our limited tax dollars and even address current recreational needs, and then make it impossible to pass a future recreational bond. This would be nothing more than a Band-Aid on a large bleeding wound. Our city needs a recreational facility built for the future, one that addresses the next 26 years. Our current recreational center opened at a deficit. We did not have sufficient swim lanes. We've already learned, and the great thing about experience is it helps us for the future so we don't repeat. A recreation center for the future would be better built. We would have enough swim lanes for swim teams and recreational swimmers. We could even have a warm therapy pool like we used to have at the hospital. The present rec center was overbuilt, and we can't make the mistake again. I also would advise the city to stay in their lane. You're in the recreational business, not in the preschool business. And presently, we have a preschool at Roosevelt Park. And the school district should stay out of the recreational lane. They have a pool that's not being used during the summer. It all comes out of the same pocket, and that's the taxpayers. And we shouldn't be pitting the city recreational needs against the school district's educational needs. So I'm asking that we stay in our lane, or we learn better than our present federal government how to work cohesively together for the greater good of the city. So far, it hasn't worked. Maybe with a new superintendent, it might. So please, do not direct staff to proceed with the purchase of the YMCA. I think our future citizens deserve more than what they even have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue Alberg.
Hi, I'm Sue Alberg, 332 Lincoln in Longmont. I'm here to talk about the YMCA and the direction that the staff is going to go tonight. I have a lot of the same feelings as Sharon, but I have a sort of a different thought process. I've actually had a rec pass for 46 years here in Longmont, swimming at Centennial Pool all those 46 years. I've been on the Park and Rec Board myself a number of times. I think our Park and Rec department is absolutely top-notch. I think they are amazing, and what they do is so little. They are understaffed, they're underfunded. I don't like the idea of buying the Y, but I am very concerned that we are not going to have another facility. You know, the facility proposals in 2019 and 23 were both totally shut down by our public. I know $72 million, which would be way more today, is like not very palatable to people. My biggest concern with purchasing the Y, and I don't think it's a terrible idea. I think the Y is a fantastic location. I think the Y, the grounds, there's a lot of room for expansion. My concern is that you're just going to do as proposed, put the money in, do the maintenance, do the refurbishing, and I say no, now is the time to expand it. As long as you're going to put the money in and you're going to fix things and HVAC and all this stuff, we need more. That facility is just a swap. It is not going to bring Longmont really any more facility than they have right now. So I do, one thing that I especially want to talk about is the aquatics. Aquatics is expensive, and that is something that a city needs to provide for the citizens. I really believe that. The Y has 8 lap lanes. Centennial has 6 lap lanes. We all know Centennial is having problems, and I just know what's going to happen is if this Y opens up, Centennial will eventually be closed because of the issues it has. So we're not going to be ahead at all. Also, the Y does not have what a rec facility has. They don't have a fun slide and a baby pool and an exercise area and a warm water pool for senior citizens and people with injuries. I mean, it's something that we need to have. We need to have a deep water section. Those deep water exercise classes are packed at the Centennial Pool all the time and at Sunset Pool in the summer. In the summertime, we're not hurting as badly. I know that the city requires the rec services to provide 80% recovery on money. Is that reasonable? Can we talk about that? Can we maybe make some adjustments? Can we figure out a way, if we're going to go along with this Y proposal, to make it better? Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Hipsher.
My name's Tim Hipsher. I've lived here for 64 years. I've grown up here. I coached here for 46 years as a volunteer. I worked here at the FAA, and I've been involved with a lot of the athletics and everything around. Myself, I've had 2 knee replacements, 2 hip replacements, and 6 shoulder replacements. I've done every bit of my rehab up at Centennial Pool. One of the things about that pool that makes it special is that kiddie pool. It's constant crossed. On the west side, it's knee deep. As you go to the center, it gets to where it's waist deep. You can do more rehab in that little pool, plus going in the deep end and whatever else. That pool has a lot of things that you can't find anywhere else. I've gone down to the rec center. You got to walk around the stuff to try to stay at the same depth. We're at the kiddie pool in Centennial. It's constant. and I work my shoulders. I've had 2 shoulder injury or replacements, not replacements, but fixes in the last 6 months. And I'm up there trying to get my shoulders back in shape. It's an awesome place. We need to keep Centennial Pool. We need to fix that thing right and do it the right way and keep that. And work on maybe getting the YMCA later, but I can't see throwing all that money out when we can fix our Centennial that much quicker and a lot less money. So I love this town and not going anywhere.
Thank you. Howard Morgan? He left, okay. Al Manley? Okay, Rick Hoag. Okay, and as he's making his way down, Schellenberger, I can't make out, I don't know if it's Dave Schellenberger, Jane Schellenberger. And so hold on before you get started. Marilyn Mayer, Lisa Moreno, Carla Cordoza. If you all can make your way forward, and then I'll call the next batch.
Mayor and members of council, I want to first thank you for still continuing this program of a public invited to be heard, and also opening up your study session at 6 o'clock this evening to at least let us hear some of the behind-the-scene thoughts. My name is Rick Hoag. I live at 353 Grant Street in the older part of town. I've lived there for 45 years. And I have 2 observations. First, about the study session that I observed today. One was I really appreciated what Councilman Popkin brought up, stating that he is frustrated with the lack of information on the operations of the airport. If he's frustrated, can you imagine what the citizens of Longmont are frustrated with? It's understandable. The other thing, as I mentioned, I appreciated what Councilmember Prieto said about she wants to know more about the obligations associated with any FAA grants, federal grants. It's apparent that we don't know all of what we're binding ourselves to, what's contained in those grants, what's it obligating us to. And if you don't know, we certainly don't know either. So I think that's critical that we find that out. The other things relate to a meeting last. Somebody's trying to call us. That's not my phone.
Oh.
Oh. I had
would be
covered up the keyboard. I was calling myself.
Yes.
Sorry about that. I'll move this over here. But anyway, I wanted to follow up on our discussion of last Tuesday and my comments and then the email that I sent to everybody regarding possibilities of how to address going forward. I had 2 questions, which I know it's not a question and answer here, but this is something for you to at least think about and address. And the first one was I wanted to know what is the documentation that allowed the flight school to come into Longmont? Is it an FAA grant that we received that obligates us to bring in a flight school? What compelled us to accept that flight school? Second part is who signed that document? Who was responsible? Who had the authority to sign that document? As my son, who is an FAA controller of 18 years, I mentioned last week, to allow a flight school into your little municipal airport is creating a nightmare. And all of the things associated with the touch and go, the repetitive flights, the flyovers, why do we need a flight school at our nice little Vance Brand airport? So with that, that's all I had to say tonight, and hopefully get some answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane? Yes.
I am Jane Schellenberger, 741 Grant Street in Longmont. And I just sat in on the study session, and I can appreciate the complexity of all the issues with the airport that you're dealing with. But from my perspective, it's pretty simple. It boils down to the constant and ever-increasing frequency of the touch-and-go flights at the airport. that's negatively impacting the city through the constant loud noise as well as the lead emissions. And I know you've heard this from many other people. I hear the planes at the farmer's market, Sunset Pool, a lot of places I never used to hear it. And I had an opportunity to review the hangar lease for the airport recently. And in section 13.1, there's language that says, the lessee shall comply with the Vance Brand Airport rules and regulations and all applicable rules and regulations of the city as adopted or amended from time to time, including, without limitation, the airport's noise abatement procedures. Well, I've heard a lot about noise abatement procedures as well. It came up in the study session. To me, it seems like a bit of a joke. I find it hard to believe there's any noise abatement that's being abided by. And it turns out that this language was supposed to be enforceable by the lessee losing their lease if they violated that clause until the lease was amended, to be amended in 2025. But at some point around 2018, I think maybe it was the city council and maybe with, or not city council, the city manager, and maybe with advice from the Special Aviation Council, they decided to change the master lease agreement language and remove the required compliance with the airport's noise abatement procedures. I don't know if you're aware of this, I wasn't. And that same language used to be in the hangar leases at Rocky Mountain Airport until it was removed around the same time, 2019, 2018, I'm not sure. And at that time, Levi was the chief flight instructor for McCair Aviation based at Rocky Mountain Airport when that mandatory compliance language was removed. And he was part of the group of pilots that was given the task of convincing the public that voluntary noise abatement and policies would be followed. So my question is...
Thank you.
Why?
Marilyn? Mayor?
Hello, I'm Marilyn Maher, and I appreciate the chance to talk with all of you this evening. I've lived in Longmont since 1998, and I've run my psychology practice here for the last 20 years. I'm here to talk about unannounced consequences of the city's proposed purchase of the YMCA. I am convinced that the expense of buying, fixing, maintaining the YMCA means that Centennial Pool will be closed. And I've worked hard to research this issue, and I'm very concerned about the lack of transparency regarding the future budget impact of the purchase of the YMCA. Common sense says the city is not going to support two large aging pools that are less than a mile apart. So I want to let everybody know the unique, probably irreplaceable resources that Centennial offers to Longmont. Recently upgraded classroom and weight room, 3 distinct pool areas. Largest is the lap lanes. Masters swimmers and other professional coaches have told me the lap lanes at Centennial are superior to those at the Y for rigorous workouts. Separate shallow pool, ideal for teaching lessons to little tiny kids, and invaluable for water walking for knee rehab, knee replacement patients to recover and stay strong. The dedicated diving well serves many virtually irreplaceable functions, 7 that I know of. Divers use it for classes and personal training. Deep water aerobics is very popular for classes and for individuals like me who come all day long to do personal workouts. The diving well offers zero impact exercise for people with mobility impairment or recovering from hip replacement. Sometimes overflow lap swimmers use the diving well. There's a water polo guy who can tread water with his hands in the air. The fire rescue scuba team uses it for training. And there are also self-rescue classes for kayakers and canoers, all in the diving well, nowhere else. So you can see the unique and immensely valuable resources at Centennial. If buying the YMCA comes at the cost of closing Centennial, Longmont loses. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Moreno?
Good evening. I'm Lisa Moreno, and I live at 1335 11th Avenue. And I'm here tonight to stand in support for both single winner and especially multi-winner ranked choice voting. Democracy works best when every community member can see themselves, their efforts reflected in their government. And the primary goal for making any change to our election processes should be ensuring equitable representation. Single ranked choice voting is simple and a meaningful improvement. It reduces the pressure to vote strategically and allows people to vote for the candidate they truly believe without feeling like they're wasting their vote. And we should implement it. But we shouldn't stop there. The greatest step we can actually take for more equitable democracy.
Sorry, that was my bad.
Susie, comes from multi-winner ranked choice voting, also known as proportional representation or proportional ranked choice voting. And that's because instead of one majority taking every seat with multi-winner ranked choice voting, it ensures communities with meaningful support can earn a seat at the table. Research has shown that proportional ranked choice voting is much more likely to produce outcomes that reflect the preferences of the electorate than winner-take-all systems. And this matters because equity is not just about equal access to the ballot, it's about ensuring that people's voices have a genuine chance to shape government. Too often, winner-take-all elections leave large groups of voters without representation, even when they make up a substantial share of the community. Proportional representation recognizes that a healthy democracy should include diverse perspectives rather than silencing them. Implementing multi-winner ranked choice voting will require voter education, changes to our election schedule, and a certified voting system. That certification is expected soon, and municipalities can actually be leaders in helping build the demand for it. Implementing proportional ranked choice voting will take work, but it's achievable and it's really important. Longmont has long had a stake in the ground for equity. It's time to extend that leadership to voting. Ranked choice voting, especially multi-winner ranked choice voting, helps us move closer to a more equitable system where more voices are heard, more communities are represented, and every voter has a better chance of making a meaningful difference. I urge you all to implement single and multi-winner ranked choice voting and to rearrange the stagger of our elections so that all at-large seats are elected on the same ranked ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Carla Cardoza. Y antes de que hablas, voy a llamar 5 más para venir y para que están listos para hablar. Monica Pulido, Iván Valdez, Tal Minier, Ingrid Moore, and Michael Hebinski. And just make your way up front.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Carla, 1633 Flash Street, mi dirección. Soy residente de Longmont desde hace 20 años. Vivo cerca del área de la YMCA, un lugar que mi familia y nuestra comunidad hemos disfrutado mucho. Hoy quiero compartir con ustedes la importancia que tiene la granja de la YMCA para nuestra ciudad. Desde hace 4 años he tenido la oportunidad de ser voluntaria en esta granja. Durante este tiempo he visto cómo se ha convertido mucho más que un jardín, es un lugar especial en Longmont que combina la agricultura comunitaria, el aprendizaje, el voluntariado y la conexión con la tierra. Es un espacio donde las personas se reúnen y fortalecen los lazos entre vecinos. Actualmente existen incertidumbres sobre el futuro de la granja después del cierre del establecimiento de la YMCA y nos preocupa que este recurso comunitario pueda desaparecer. En esta granja se cultivan alimentos como tomatillo, tomate, ajo, chícharo, lechuga, cebolla, cilantro, calabaza, queo, acelga y repollo, entre muchos otros más. Estos productos brindan acceso a alimentos saludables y culturalmente apropiados que conectan a nuestras familias con sus tradiciones, sus raíces y sus conocimientos agrícolas. Para muchas familias, especialmente aquellas con menos recursos, acceder a alimentos frescos y orgánicos puede ser difícil debido a los altos costos. Esta granja ayuda a reducir esa barrera y fortalece la seguridad y soberanía alimentaria de nuestra comunidad, creando una mayor participación en producción de nuestros propios alimentos. También beneficia a personas de la tercera edad, quienes reciben verduras frescas hasta la puerta de sus hogares. Además, ofrecemos oportunidad para compartir conocimiento agrícola y promover el aprendizaje entre generaciones. Por eso, hoy quiero pedirles respetuosamente a los miembros del Consejo Municipal que apoyen la continuidad de la granja de la YMCA. Este es un espacio con un valor único para Longmont y un recurso que beneficia a la salud, la equidad y el bienestar de nuestra comunidad. Mantener esa granja activa es una inversión en el acceso de alimentos saludables, en la cual la soberanía alimentaria y en el cuidado de nuestro planeta. Muchas gracias por escucharme.
And I'm just going to translate what Carla just said. Good afternoon. My name is Carla, and I've been a Longmont resident for 20 years. I live near the YMCA, a place that my family and our community has greatly enjoyed. Today, I'd like to share with you the importance that the Growing Gardens Farm of the YMCA has had for our city. I have had the opportunity to volunteer at this garden for 4 years, and I have seen how it has become much more than just a garden. It's a special place in Longmont that combines community, agricultural, learning, volunteerism, and a connection with the land. It is a space where people come together and strengthen relationships with their neighbors. Currently, we are uncertain about the future of the garden following the closure of the YMCA, and we are concerned that this valuable community resource could disappear. At the garden, a variety of foods are grown, including tomatillos, tomato, garlic, cilantro, zucchini, kale, peas, cabbage, and many more. These fresh foods provide access to healthy meals, culturally appropriate produce that reflect our traditions, our roots, and our ancestral knowledge. For many families, especially those who have more difficulty accessing fresh, nutritious produce due to the high cost, the garden helps overcome those barriers and strengthens our community's food security by creating greater participation in growing our own food. It also benefits older adults who receive fresh harvests delivered to their homes. In addition, it offers educational opportunities to share agricultural knowledge and promote learning across generations. For this reason, I want to respectfully ask City Council members to continue supporting the YMCA Garden. It is a valuable space for Longmont and the community, and a community resource that benefits the health, equity, and well-being of our residents. Maintaining this active garden is an investment in access to healthy food and the care of our planet. Thank you very much for listening.
Monica Pulido.
Estimada alcaldesa Susi Hidalgo y estimados miembros del Consejo Municipal de Longmont, mi nombre es Mónica. Agradezco la oportunidad de compartir lo que la granja Olive Garden significa, para nuestra comunidad y traer la voz de las familias que forman parte de este programa. Hoy quiero pedirles que al considerar la compra de la propiedad de la granja, del Guay, también consideren la importancia de conservar y apoyar la granja de Olive Gardens. Durante los últimos años, la granja se ha convertido en mucho más que un lugar donde se cultivan alimentos y un lugar que brinda bienestar, conexión y oportunidades de aprendizaje para muchas familias de Longmont. permitiendo el acceso a alimentos saludables y fortaleciendo los lazos entre vecinos. Gracias al apoyo de Olive Gardens nació Brújula Dorada, un programa que comenzó en el 2024, apoyando a 12 familias que reciben verduras frescas directamente a la puerta de su hogar durante la temporada de la cosecha. En el 25 el programa creció a 20 familias y este año empezamos apoyando a 30 familias. Nuestra comunidad, las personas beneficiadas son personas adultas que viven con alguna discapacidad física y que enfrentan dificultades para trasladarse y acceder fácilmente a los vegetales. Para ellas recibir estos vegetales significa mucho más que recibir comida, representa salud, tranquilidad y saber que cuentan con el respaldo de la comunidad. Estaremos profundamente agradecidos por el apoyo y el espacio que fortalece nuestra seguridad alimentaria al bienestar de nuestras familias. Por eso les pedimos que la ciudad adquiera esta propiedad, ayudan a proteger este valioso recurso para nuestras familias y futuras generaciones puedan continuar beneficiándose de los alimentos, aprendizajes y oportunidades que ofrece la granja. Muchas gracias por escucharme. Gracias.
And I'm going to read what Monica just read. Dear Mayor Susie Hidalgo Faring and members of the Longmont City Council, my name is Monica. Thank you for the opportunity to share what the Growing Gardens Farm means to our community and to bring forward the voices of the families who are part of this program. Today, I would like to ask that as you consider the purchase of the YMCA property, you also consider the importance of preserving and supporting the Growing Gardens Farm. Over the past several years, the farm has become much more than a place where food is grown. It is a place that provides well-being, connection, and learning opportunities for many Longmont families, offering access to healthy food while strengthening relationships among neighbors. With the support of Growing Gardens, Brújula Dorada was created, a program that began in 2024 by serving 12 families who received fresh vegetables delivered directly to their homes throughout the harvest season. In 2025, the program expanded to 20 families, and this year we are supporting 30 families in our community. The people served are older adults and individuals living with physical disabilities who face challenges with transportation and accessing healthy food. For them, receiving these vegetables means much more than receiving food. It represents health, peace of mind, and the reassurance that they are supported by their community. We're deeply grateful for the support of this space, which strengthens our food security and the well-being of our families. That is why we ask that if the city acquires this property, you help protect this valuable resource so that our families and future generations can continue to benefit from fresh food, education, and opportunities the farm provides. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ivan? Push, there should be a button on the right side. There you go.
Hello, my name is Ivan Valdez, 1400 South Collier Street, and I am representing the Cultiva Youth Leader Program provided by Growing Gardens. I participated in the program from June of 2023 until October 2025, and have continued supporting the program with volunteer help for Brújula Dorada and the main farm sites in Longmont, with one of these sites located on the previously owned land of the North YMCA on Lashley Street. I started working in the Cultiva Youth Program on the YMCA site and stayed there until the summer of 2025, where the program relocated to its other site near the Bethlehem Lutheran Church of Longmont. For most of my time in Cultiva, I worked at the YMCA site and have enjoyed staying there, thanks in part by being closer with the community surrounding the YMCA, being active during the summertime, and especially learning the value of providing healthy food to people. I am a culinary student as well, and one of the main lessons I've learned is that food, especially good food, is a cornerstone of society. It brings people together, and Cultiva has made its own community, from the adolescents participating in the program to the young adults helping to run the program, and especially to the wide array of people who come to pick up the food Coltiva members have harvested. Our community has and continues to grow thanks in part to our locally sourced food that most people wouldn't have easily accessed. Coltiva has also helped adolescents by being able to socialize with their peers more often and allow adolescents time to go outside during summer break by having them grow and harvest the very local food that has grown in our community. By having our adolescents work on the farm, we prevent a lot of worries that may arise thanks to the sudden change of summer break. As mentioned from the University of Utah, the biggest concern for adolescents during summer break is, and I quote, screen time, boredom, and isolation, end quote. So Coltiva keeps adolescents active and makes sure they don't spend too much time on their phones. And one final point I'd like to mention is how Coltiva teaches both adolescents and the community the importance of healthy foods. I remember one of my most important lessons was the existence of food deserts, a place that has a harder time of reaching healthy food for people. And Coltiva has stepped in and provided aid for these people by providing healthier options with a sliding scale, making it much easier to access this healthy food rather than choosing the lesser, healthier option or having to travel long distances. And seeing these different people come together for the locally sourced vegetables, Coltiva, and other programs related to growing gardens, all while several adolescents were being active in cultivating said vegetables, I asked the city of Longmont to continue providing the farmland to growing gardens. Growing gardens and Coltiva have come a long way thanks to providing the community with healthy food options and teaching adolescents to continue to work hard for their community. Thank you.
Thank you. Tal?
Thank you, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Tal Manier, and I am so excited to be the first of those speaking on behalf of ranked choice voting for Longmont. We are thrilled that City Council will be voting tonight on whether to put a ranked choice voting, also known as RCV, charter amendment to the ballot. And we hope that you will all vote yes to advance this amazing opportunity to improve our local democracy. We'd like to frame this conversation by taking you through what exactly RCV is, how it works, and why it's a better choice for Longmont than plurality elections, which are the way we vote now. We'll try our best not to get too technical and to keep it quick, but we want to make sure you understand exactly why we're such big proponents of RCV and why we're approaching this issue the way we are. To this end, I want to start with a quick explanation of how the single winner form of RCV works. Single winner RCV is technically known as instant runoff voting, or IRV, but I will stick with the term single winner for simplicity's sake. This form of RCV can be used in elections to pick a single winner, like those for the positions of mayor or ward council member. In a single winner RCV election, voters have the opportunity to rank as many candidates as they'd like in the order of their preference, first, second, third, and so on. When ballots are counted, a voter's vote always starts off with their first ranked preference, and a candidate must receive a majority of the vote, or more than 50%, to win. If a candidate has a majority of the vote on the first choice preferences alone, they win, no further counting necessary. If no candidate has a majority, the candidate with the fewest votes is eliminated, and their voters' votes are redistributed to the candidate they ranked second. This process of elimination and redistribution continues until a candidate has a majority, at which point they win. Importantly, in an RCV contest, voters do not have to rank all the candidates on the ballot. If they really only like one candidate or truly have no preference between two or more candidates, they are free to express that on the ballot. RCV also never requires runoff elections or for voters to cast more than one ballot. I hope it's clear that RCV allows voters to honestly and accurately express their preferences and is easy to participate in. Thanks for listening. And now I'll turn it over to Ingrid to explain the specific benefits RCV offers over plurality voting. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ingrid, come on up.
Hello, my name is Ingrid Moore, and I'm here tonight to ask Council to vote yes for running ranked choice voting as a ballot measure for Longmont elections. The main argument I want to make is why RCV is a fairer way to count votes. It allows voters to rank their preferences instead of having to vote strategically. It ensures the results truly reflect the will of the electorate and may increase both voter and candidate participation. Longmont is such a fortunate city in that the citizens are very engaged. So there are usually multiple people running for seats on the city council. This last election had 6 candidates running for 2 at-large seats. That many candidates split the vote, making the results less likely to reflect the voting public. When you have so many candidates, voters face a dilemma. Vote for one they prefer, possibly wasting their vote. Vote for the one they think has the best chance of winning, which is a gamble. Vote for the least worst option, which is hold your nose situation. Vote for the only one they know anything about, meaning less chance of being happy with the results. Or don't vote for any of them because they have no idea who to vote for, which decreases turnout. Honestly, these aren't great options, and I think it takes some of the excitement out of voting. RCV allows more votes to count in a meaningful way, and therefore more reason to turn out, making voting more appealing. And then there are the candidates. In Longmont, candidates' positions are often pretty well aligned, so they have to try and distinguish themselves from one another. They may feel they have to resort to negative campaigning to show how they're different and a better choice. With RCV, these candidates could campaign differently. They could campaign to win voters' second choice. That's a different message when door knocking. When a voter says they're supporting candidate A, you could ask them to consider voting for you as second or third. Candidates could campaign together, asking for either number 1 or number 2 for them both, like Mamdani did in the New York mayoral election. Studies on voter turnout cited by fairvote.org show that RCV elections often generate relatively higher turnout, including the youth vote. In conclusion, I think there's very little risk in putting this measure on the ballot. If it passes, Longmont will have nothing to lose and much to gain by using this system in future elections. Thank you for listening, and please vote yes.
Thank you. Michael, and as you make your way up front, I'm going to call the next 5 people: Gaithia Weiss, Shaquille Dalal, Andrew Barton, Gwen Steele, Matt Lewis, and Beverly Stokes Cleric. You just turned yourself off.
Oh, well,
Turned it
that's
on.
not
Yeah.
helpful, is it?
Yeah, no.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Michael Habinski. I'm here with RCV for Longmont, Ranked Choice Voting for Longmont. And as you've heard already, we think that ranked choice voting is an excellent way to choose a winner for an election. The only limit that ranked choice voting, the single winner version, imposes on an election is the number of winners. You can only have one. So a single winner means that everybody has to compromise, the voters have to compromise for one choice. And predictably, you might have that multi-winner is the thing that I want to talk about. So with multi-winner, you're not limited to just one, right? Because with one, the majority elects the person. They're guaranteed to be majority supported, but it's a compromise. You have to agree on the one person. With multiple winners, different voters can elect different winners. So it doesn't force the community to compromise on the candidate. Instead, the candidates can come and sit on the body and deliberate, and every winner in those elections has a clear mandate. They know who they're representing, and they can deliberate confidently. Now, this system, multi-winner ranked choice voting, is also called the single transferable vote, or STV, but we're going to stick to calling it just multi-winner ranked choice voting. And that's because it's the same ballot, exactly the same ballot as the single winner version. You just rank the candidates you like in the order of your preference, as many as you want. The only difference is you get much better representation than the single winner version. In fact, it's so good at representation that it's a form of proportional representation. And those 9 syllables just mean fairness. So proportional representation is the idea that if 30% of the voters lean one way in an issue, then so should 30% of the body that they elect. So multi-winner ranked choice voting achieves that by treating every vote as a precious resource, not to be wasted. Now, what is a wasted vote? So normally, people think of a wasted vote as a vote for somebody that lost. But to an election nerd like me, a wasted vote is any vote that didn't change the outcome. So a single winner race, it only takes 50%, a majority, right, to support the winner. Every other vote, whether it's for the winner or not, did not affect the outcome. So with one winner, just under half of the votes are wasted. That's the point of having multiple winners. It prevents that waste. It uses those votes to elect more representation. If your first choice was eliminated, or if your first choice already won and doesn't need your vote can move on and help elect another representative. And all of that happens without the voter having to think twice. You just rank your candidate. The more winners there are in a race, the more chances each vote has to affect the outcome. And the fewer votes are wasted. With two winners, a third, and with three winners, a fourth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next person on the list, Gaithia.
Hello, I'm Gaithia Weiss. I live here in Longmont, 1433 Cannon Mountain Drive, and I'm speaking in favor of a council vote to refer ranked choice voting to this November ballot, and to do so in a manner that it's open to multi-winner proportional representation. We're already familiar with multi-winner elections because we just did it in the last election. We made two choices for the at-large council seats, but we did that using plurality voting. At least for me, and I presume some of others, that meant thinking hard about not only who were my favorites, but also, did they have a chance of winning? And if not, did that mean that someone I really didn't want to be on council might win instead? A ranked choice method allows more honesty in voting. If we use a multiple choice proportional voting for the 3 at-large council seats, we should end up with any candidate having a strong backing from more than a quarter of the electorate gaining a position. This would yield the council more representative of all the Longmont voters, and that corresponds, as I understand it, to option 3A in your packet. CU mathematics professor Dr. Jean Cleland gave a presentation here in Longmont Council chambers a few months ago on proportional representation by multi-winner elections. In a very recent court case in which Dr. Cleland was an expert witness in Huntington Beach, California, an Orange County judge ruled that an at-large multi-winner proportional ranked choice voting method should be used to correct what he determined to be violations of the State of California Voting Rights Act. Huntington Beach has a 7-person city council and is 16.4% Latino. Portland, Oregon implemented a multi-winner ranked choice voting system for their council starting in 2024. They're using a 12-seat council with 4 geographic districts and each electing 3 councilors through a multi-winner ranked choice voting method. Voters can rank up to 6 candidates. The mayor is elected separately. A study after this election by Dr. Cleland and others found that at least 40% of the voters were able to get their top choice as one of the winners, and over 70% of the cases, voters got one of their top 3 candidates elected. This election also achieved greater diversity on the council than had been the case previously. In fact, 5 of the candidates were people of color. Notice that diversity doesn't really always have to do with political parties or racial makeup, but it could be whatever a group of voters coalesce and determine to be key issues in that election. It could be airports, recreation centers, apartment buildings, or watering lawns. Or it could be geographical interests that might not fit into historically drawn districts. Proportional representation should yield a council that can truly debate key Longmont issues with the Longmont community as a whole being represented. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Shaquille.
Shaquille Dalal, 219 Francis Street. During the 1787 Constitutional Convention, James Wilson, who would later go on to teach our country's first course in constitutional law to President George Washington and his cabinet, said, quote, "The legislature ought to be the most exact transcript of the whole society. Representation is made necessary only because it is impossible for the people to act collectively." Wilson was articulating his belief, which we inherited, that the best government was the one that looked the most like the governed. We use elections to create that government because we entrust every person to decide for themselves who best represents their views. If our goal is a government that actually reflects those views, then our voting system should maximize the number of voters who succeed in electing their chosen representative. It is for this reason that I'm asking you to refer option 3A in your packet to the ballot. aligning Longmont City Council election cycles to put all the at-large seats on one cycle and all the ward seats on another cycle. Doing so will ensure that at least 75% of Longmonters will have one person on City Council who they voted for. It is quite literally a more representative democracy. While you are all earnest public servants who would help any resident who came to you, we must acknowledge that we are all human. We are simply less likely to reach out to someone who we did not vote for. Those of us who remember what it was like to be represented by Ken Buck in Congress will know what this feels like. It is disempowering to have no voice in Congress. The beauty of multi-winner ranked choice voting elections is that we can minimize this effect and maximize the number of people who feel represented on council. Through conversations you have had with us and public comment tonight, you have all come to understand the primary merit of ranked choice voting in single winner elections, that the person who wins is the person who gets more than 50% of the votes, even if there are more than two candidates. While it is good that a bare majority of people are represented in a single winner election, multi-winner contests do better. In a two-winner contest, at least 66% of voters will have cast a vote for someone who wins. If we align the election cycles to have a three-winner election, we can guarantee that at least 75% of voters will have someone on City Council who they voted for. This means that any cohesive community that makes up 25% of our city can finally secure independent representation, rather than having their voice diluted by a single citywide majority. I urge you to please vote tonight to refer option 3A to the ballot this fall, and let the people of Longmont decide if they want a voting system that produces a more exact transcript of the whole society. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Barton, here on behalf of Colorado Common Cause and myself as a Longmont voter, in support of both the ranked choice voting for council and the removal of our staggered elections. Colorado Common Cause is a nonpartisan nonprofit that spent the last 55 years fighting to ensure everyday Coloradans have a seat at the table in our government and elections. There has definitely been a lot of progress in the last 50-some years when it comes to democracy and living up to America's ideals, but I think we all know that representation and that progress is not a given and definitely not set in stone. The options staff have put together give a really great roadmap to achieving structural racial representation on council and making Longmont's municipal elections the most representative and accessible in the state. Of the two ranked choice voting options, the first one is fine. Top to bottom, ranked choice voting would significantly improve our elections and get rid of a lot of the problems in our current winner-take-all system. So we do support it, but we much more strongly support option 3 because the most significant benefits of multi-winner ranked choice voting can only be achieved through that option. In ranked choice voting, in a race with only one winner, the winner has to get 50 plus 1%. In a race with two winners, you need 33. With three winners, you would need 25%. And relatedly, Longmont is about 25% Hispanic Latino and about 32-ish% non-white by population. So going with option 2 would not likely result in no electeds of color being elected to council. That definitely would not happen. But transitioning to ranked choice voting without addressing that stagger would be choosing to improve our elections while also keeping a barrier in place for representation of Latino voters in Longmont, despite us making up a quarter of the city. And in addition, there is also legal justification to removing that stagger. A few months ago, the U.S. Supreme Court handed down its decision in Louisiana v. Calais, effectively getting rid of Article 2 of the Voting Rights Act and making partisan goals a valid defense for electoral racism and districting. A California Superior Court case was just decided, which has national implications for voting rights litigation, and it was determined in that case that the Calais decision does not overrule state voting rights acts, and that under the California Voting Rights Act, which is significantly weaker than Colorado's Voting Rights Act, that removing staggered council elections and implementing multi-winner ranked choice voting is a valid court-mandated remedy for voter dilution in local elections. And lastly, just super quick, creating those 6 individual districts does address problems in winner-take-all vote for 2 elections. So we don't oppose, but it would require an extensive and probably expensive redistricting process to make sure that those districts don't result in voter dilution. So not preferable to multi-winner.
Thank you. Thank you. Gwen?
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Gwen Steele, and I am also with RCV for Longmont. I want to crystallize our position on RCV, specifically as it relates to your discussion on referring charter amendments to the November ballot. You've heard how single winner RCV is a huge improvement over plurality elections. It allows voters to vote honestly as opposed to strategically, and ensures that the winning candidate is the one most acceptable to at least a majority of voters. However, we also hope it is clear that multi-winner RCV takes everything that is valuable and wonderful about single winner RCV and extends it. Voters still get to rank their honest preferences, and at least 2/3 of voters will be represented by a candidate they chose. And as the number of winners chosen at the same time increases, that supermajority of voters that gets to elect a candidate of choice becomes bigger and bigger. Multi-winner RCV also represents an opportunity for Longmont to lead on voting rights in the wake of hostile Supreme Court decisions. As the Supreme Court has concluded that it is unconstitutional to draw opportunity districts for voters of color, multi-winner RCV has become an increasingly popular court-ordered remedy for jurisdictions found to have inadequate representation for these voters on local elected bodies. And while Longmont does not face these same challenges, it can be an example for other Colorado communities by being the first community in the state to use this gold standard voting method in its elections. Longmont has an amazing opportunity to lead the way in the fight for a truly representative democracy by adopting multi-winner RCV for its existing at-large elections. We ask that tonight you vote to refer 2 questions to the November ballot. 1, asking voters if the city should begin using the applicable form of RCV for its elections. Single winner RCV for single winner elections, and multi-winner RCV for multi-winner elections. And another question asking voters if they want to realign the stagger on which council members are elected. So all at-large seats could be elected in a single 3-winner RCV contest. This is essentially option 3A in your packet, but by breaking it up into 2 separate questions, you can simplify the choices presented to voters. We sincerely appreciate the thoughtfulness with which you are approaching this opportunity to improve our local democracy. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Matt Lewis?
Hello, I'm Matt Lewis, 1627 Gay Street. I'd like to take some time today to talk about automatic license plate readers and how cops use them. June 2024, Costa Mesa, California, Officer Robert Josett stalked his mistress for over 12 months using police systems. After being put on leave, he continued to use ALPRs to stalk her and her new boyfriend. He threatened them on the phone up to 58 times a day until being arrested for violating her restraining order. 2024, Orange City, Florida, Officer Jamaris Brown used ALPRs to stalk his girlfriend during their relationship. He looked up the locations of her and her family members over 100 times in 7 months, inviting other officers to stakeouts to find his girlfriend's car. 2025, Riverside County, California, Deputy Alexander Vanny is arrested for possession of child sexual assault material and dumped by his fiancée. After that, he uses ALPRs to stalk her and show up uninvited when she's with her 2 children. Then, he uses ALPRs to follow her to her home and secretly film her having sex with her new partner. March 2026, Monroe County, Florida, Deputy Lamar Roman met an actress on a TV set where he was working security. He catcalled her, hit on her, then pressured her into sharing his phone number, her phone number with him. Later, he used ALPRs to stalk her in real time and chased her car down at 70 miles an hour in the wrong lane. He pulled her over and said, "I told you I'd find you and pull you over, and I was hoping your boyfriend was in the car so I can pull him out and give him a hard time." I met with Longmont Public Safety face-to-face to ask them if ALPRs were effective. The only piece of evidence they gave me was 1.5 crimes a week include ALPRs to some degree. This is a meaningless statement. When we ask about our ability to audit usage of ALPRs like Flock and Axon and see which officers are looking up which license plates, we're told that this interferes with ongoing investigations. So the city is wasting our money on this dangerous product that doesn't measurably reduce crime, and the public is not allowed to audit. Do you know what an ALPR is really good at? It's good at telling you when someone leaves their house alone. I have 18 more examples of everyday cops abusing their access to this data to stalk people. How many more cases were not reported because the victims ended up dead? I'm insulted that Longmont Public Safety can give us non-answers on this dangerous technology that's primarily used to stalk women and children, and I'm shocked that our city council rolls over and signs these contracts without letting us read them. These ALPRs are fundamentally dangerous and cannot be used safely. The people of Longmont do not want or need them, so please keep them out of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Beverly. And as she's making her way down, the next 5, Sandra O'Grady, Lance Whitaker, Marie Klein, Suzanne Simon, and Carly Silverman.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Helgado Ferry and members of the City Council. My name is Beverly Stokes Claridge. Some of you who've been around may recognize that last name, as I consider that person my late husband, father of Longmont. At any rate, I live at 1760 Sunlight Drive here in Longmont. And I would like for you to vote to refer the November ballot to the November ballot, the following ballot initiative as an alternative to Colorado's current ballot processing system and to ranked choice voting. Shall Longmont conduct constitutional one-day municipal elections in person, in parentheses, with minimal exceptions, end of parentheses, with photo ID to verify eligibility and citizenship, with paper poll books at the precinct level, on paper ballots, voted in secret, cast by the voter, and hand-counted in public view on site by bipartisan volunteers, with the candidate or issue receiving the plurality of votes being declared the winner. By referring RCV to the ballot, City Council would be asking voters to adapt a voting process that is in the platform of the Communist Party. Communists know that the current electoral system is functionally a two-party system. It's close to impossible to elect a third-party candidate. The current Colorado election system was originally designed to form a government that reflects the values and principles of most of the people who voted. Any major party, which is a party whose candidate receives over 10% of the vote for governor or president, has access to the ballot through the process. Because the parties are each organized under a platform of values and principles, voters can easily choose and vote for the candidate who most closely aligns with themselves. Communists would work towards becoming a major party to have partisan access to the ballot, but they know most Americans won't vote for communists. Colorado's election process has been corrupted by years of small and large infractions by party infiltrators. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to remind members of the audience, we're going to hear things that maybe are contrary to our values and belief systems, but I'm going to really hold us to a higher standard and keep your comments and noises to yourself, out of respect for everybody. I mean, those of you who have come up, you know what it feels like. It's very intimidating, and it doesn't feel good to hear people laughing in the side. Sandra O'Grady.
Sandra O'Grady. I live at 1754 Sunlight Drive. I would also like to talk about the constitutional one-day municipal elections and my support for the ballot initiative. Colorado's election process has been corrupted by years of small and large infractions by party infiltrators and un-American legislators who were elected by the now unverifiable and untrustworthy processes. We now have a generation who has never participated in an honest election, so it's easily to get buy-in from them to vote to further manipulate the election process than it is to convince them to vote for a communist. City council members, I ask you to vote to refer this ballot initiative for honest constitutional elections and not for ranked choice voting, which is a complete perversion of the original intent of the Colorado system and most likely unconstitutional. Ranked choice voting has never gained widespread popularity in the United States. Because it is a process of elimination, ranked choice voting can eliminate the candidate with the most first-place votes, favor moderate candidates with only marginal support, and encourage scheming to get around these limitations. It also disenfranchises voters, limiting their choices and exhausting their ballots. By that I mean when the candidates on a voter ballot have been eliminated by the ranked choice process, that ballot is exhausted and that voter is effectively disenfranchised. In the 2016 California Governor Jerry Brown voted a bill to expand ranked choice voting, vetoed a bill to expand ranked choice voting in his state, calling it overly complicated and confusing, and it deprives voters of genuinely informed choice. So ranked choice voting complicates voting, it's expensive, it delays results, and is more vulnerable to corruption. And most importantly, it violates the one person, one vote concept. Thank you.
Thank you. Lance? There you are. There you are.
Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street, 45 years here in Longmont. Yeehaw. Yeah, it's getting louder and louder every day, ain't it? Both with the airplanes and the cars. Sometimes even the people. Just a quick thought about the YMCA project. I'm not real favor of you guys buying it out. I would really rather you guys expand the Centennial project like you had originally wanted to do with the expansion of the Centennial Pool because of all its problems. So I think that would be a better investment, to tell you the truth. Let's get back to business. Today is National Nude Day. Anybody out there?
No.
Yeah, we could have had some good problems here. It's also National Macaroni and Cheese Day, and last year was Macaroni Day, so somebody's selling a lot of elbow pasta there. National Cow Appreciation Day, so eat more chicken, I guess, is the theme there. Grand Marnier Day. I'm not really a big fan of orange cognac, but there you go. It's also National Tape Measure Day. Oh, I forgot mine. What chicken does to dogs day? Have no clue, but you might want to look that up before you feed chicken to the dogs. It is Gerald Ford's birthday today, so there you go. And that's about all I got for you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I just told audience no noise, and there you go. You're just throwing your comments out there to get a rise out of us.
You know I like to ruin everything.
Yeah, you're good. Marie Klein.
Good evening, thank you. I look forward to hearing the approval of item 9F, directing the staff to proceed with the purchase of the Y. I want to thank all of you who worked so hard on behalf of the citizens of Longmont to make this acquisition possible for future use. I'm sure that with diligence it will meet the needs of the community. I especially want to thank Jake Marson for all of his continued communications, which were shared among many of our concerned citizens. When this problem first occurred, I came to council and asked you to be part of the solution, and you are doing that. I feel that our strong feelings about keeping this community asset were heard and were respected, and I thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Simon?
Hi, Suzanne Simon, 917 Alta Street. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Suzanne Simon, and I'm speaking tonight as a board member of the Longmont Swim Club and as a Longmont resident. On behalf of the Longmont Swim Club, I want to express our support for the city pursuing the purchase of the YMCA. We believe this is an important investment in Longmont's future that will expand aquatic opportunities and benefit our community for years to come. Due to the previous failures of ballot issues, this seems to be the best option at this time. The Longmont Swim Club, better known as the Red Tails, has proudly been Longmont's hometown swim team since 1975. For more than 50 years, we have helped young athletes develop confidence, discipline, perseverance, and teamwork while representing Longmont at local, state, regional, and national competitions. As Longmont continues to grow, so does the need for aquatic facilities that serve residents of all ages. The acquisition of the YMCA would provide an ideal space for swim lessons, water aerobics, senior fitness, therapeutic exercise, and recreational swimming. Most importantly, it would expand access to swim lessons, giving more children the opportunity to learn a skill that is both recreational and life-saving. The Longmont Swim Club sees the value of these lessons every day. Many of our swimmers first learned to swim in community programs before joining our team. Many have also gone on to work for the city as lifeguards and swim instructors, helping teach the next generation and supporting our community's aquatic programs. While we strongly support adding the YMCA, we also want to emphasize that it should complement, not replace, Centennial Pool. The YMCA and Centennial serve different but equally important purposes. The YMCA's warmer, shallower water is ideal for recreation, wellness, and beginner instruction. Centennial's deep water and regulation lanes are essential for competitive swimming, lap swimming, diving, high school teams, master swimmers, and triathletes. As the city evaluates this opportunity, we encourage a both-and approach. Invest in the YMCA while continuing to maintain and operate Centennial Pool. Together, these facilities can create a balanced aquatic system that supports water safety, recreation, lifelong fitness, and competitive athletics, while meeting the needs of our growing community. On behalf of the Longmont Swim Club, thank you for your leadership, your consideration, and your commitment to Longmont's future.
Thank you. Carly?
Good evening. My name is Carly Silberman, and I am on the staff at Growing Gardens. We support the city purchase of the YMCA. I first want to thank the council for being responsive to our emails and continuing to consider the partnership with Growing Gardens farming the land at the YMCA property. Growing Gardens has invested 10 years to build community around the farm. This farm at the Longmont YMCA has grown and donated 108,000 pounds of fresh produce. We value that at approximately $450,000, providing an estimated 90,000 meals to individuals and families in need. Produce is distributed to partner organizations such as our center and various individuals and families who engage on the farm. We have a work trade program where individuals can volunteer on the farm for 2 hours each week and in return receive a CSA share of produce each week. We also partner with Brujula to deliver CSA shares of fresh produce to homebound seniors and community members with disabilities, ensuring they have access to fresh, healthy food. We deeply value the impact of creating food access and education for our community. Our education team hosts free bilingual nutrition educational field trips for Timberline, with 500 students visiting the farm each year and 350 of them visiting twice a year. We also value the welcoming gathering space that the farm has become for a diversity of community groups, such as Brujula Comunitaria and the many volunteers who come out weekly. Our contract with the YMCA will end this October, and we would like to ask the city to consider entering into a 5 to 7 year renewable contract with Growing Gardens to continue what the YMCA formerly provided, water and utility resources, and $19,000 yearly to help support our food access and education programs. We're mindful of the city's existing parks and recreation budget commitments, and we wouldn't want to compete with those resources. We're very excited that the City of Longmont is considering purchasing this property, and we are interested in exploring next steps to move forward in creating a contract with thoughtful consideration on where funds could be allocated to support healthy, fresh food access and food security for our community. The city has been an incredible partner to Growing Gardens for more than 20 years. We support the purchase of the property and are excited to continue to build this partnership with you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next 5 people, Keenan Beals, Michael Gallifrey, Morgan Trexel, Alex Littman, and Dave Hodges.
All right.
Oh, you turned off your mic. There you go.
All right. Hi, my name is Keenan Beals, and I live at 1424 Sunset Street. And I don't believe that the Longmont City government should take the federal grants for either the unleaded fuel transition or to repave the taxi lanes at Vance Brand Airport. The airport has significant economic, cultural, and recreational value to Longmont and to Colorado, and that is why the governance of the airport should belong to us, and we shouldn't be on the federal government's hook. Specifically, I'm referring to the new language on the FAA grants that prohibit the sponsor, the city of Longmont, from operating any DEI initiatives, whether or not the initiatives are related to the airport itself. Clearly, this is ideological federal government overreach. I'm a strong supporter of DEI programs, and I believe that they are essential to society. When people face injustice or inequitable situations, they deserve our help, not our scorn. These grants would force us into an immoral position, and for what in return? So the federal government can pay to swap a few fuel tanks out and lay some concrete. It's more complicated than that, of course, but I know that the alternative for the money is to come from the general funds, which is not a bad investment. Infrastructure is almost never a bad idea. And the coming drone age may breathe new life into the airport. However, maybe the existing companies or individuals that use the airport may be asked first to chip in for the maintenance of the facilities that they use. Or perhaps the local drone manufacturing industry would be interested in sponsoring a portion of the repairs in exchange for access. What I'm saying is that there are options available. Thank you all for listening. Ultimately, I believe that we should reject the FAA grants to protect Longmont from federal government overreach and moral jeopardy. If the funds have to come from the city taxes, and so be it. One final note is that before any designs are made, I recommend the city submits a request to the FAA for an airport noise compatibility planning assessment as indicated under Title 49, Part 150, Subpart A, for the creation of an airport noise exposure map and recommendations to airport noise compatibility programs. That can be found on ecfr.gov. And then with my last 30 seconds, RCV just makes the most mathematical sense. And if you do purchase the YMCA, it seems like maybe you could hand it to the gardening people as a greenhouse storage training class thing and use any refurbishing money to expand Centennial. That's all. Bye.
Thank you. Michael.
Is this on? Cool, great. My name is Michael Gallifrey, and I'm a resident of Longmont. I appreciate that the city provides the opportunity for citizens to speak on items before the council, and I'd like to thank the mayor and the council for their time. I'm here today to speak in favor of ranked choice voting, also known as RCV, and would like to encourage the city council to put a charter amendment before the people for a vote this fall. I attended last week's open forum, and it was clear from some of the comments that there are misconceptions about ranked choice voting, both in terms of why it is needed and how it works. Because of this, it is also important that the council engages in an educational campaign so that voters understand the new system and its benefits. I've only got 2-ish minutes left, but I'll do my best to engage in a mini educational campaign here. As for why we need RCV, we need it to ensure elections accurately reflect the will of the city. A silly example illustrates why our current system fails to do this. Imagine that the most important issue facing our city is our choice of a mascot. Imagine also that 80% of the city wants our mascot to be Monty the Long Monster, and 20% prefers the mascot to be Long's Peak. Pretend there are 10 candidates running for mayor, 9 of whom agree with most Long Monsters in preferring Monty, and only 1 of whom prefers Long's Peak. Under our current system, the 9 pro-Monty candidates could split the vote, getting 10% each, and the 1 pro-Longs Peak candidate would win with a whopping 20% of the vote. We'd end up with a representative who disagrees with 80% of the people. This is an obviously fake example, but it happens in real life. As a Longmont voter, I have had several instances where I've struggled to choose between 2 ideologically aligned candidates I agree with and have worried a vote for the less popular one might throw the election to an outlier who disagrees with both of them and me. As for how ranked choice voting works, there are not shadowy systems swinging elections by changing people's votes. Voters rank their candidates, and if their favorite candidate comes in last place, their vote goes to their next favorite candidate, ensuring it isn't wasted. Voters are also free to opt out of RCV and simply select one candidate as their top choice. Last thing, I'd like to encourage you to refer both consolidation and RCV, but as separate measures. I worry that combining them, as in Proposal 3A, will result in confusion and doom the whole thing. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Morgan?
Morgan Trexler, 521 Terry Street. I just want to thank the City Council for all your work and the city staff for all your work so far on ranked choice voting. I'm very much in favor of 3A. Some people have talked about splitting it into 2 halves. That also makes a lot of sense to me. But the main thing is let's have the multi-choice ranked choice voting where you can pick, where there's multiple winners for our at-large seats. So yeah, I just want to thank all the City Council for all your work so far on this, for all the work that y'all are going to continue to do on this. Thank you so much. And yeah, ranked choice voting. Woo!
Thank you. Alex Littman?
Hi, my name is Alex Littman, and I'm a Longmont resident. I also don't think using machine learning to track vehicles is going to be an effective use of funds. Now, I'm not anti-technology. In fact, I'm a physicist. And I've actually made AIs myself. Not the chatbots you might be thinking of, though. The data sifting and sorting algorithms underpinning those chatbots. To me, AI is like any other tool, incredibly useful when used properly and extraordinarily dangerous when used improperly. I personally wouldn't use a spoon to turn a screw or a power drill to eat my breakfast in the morning. I know from experience that AI can often get decisions very wrong, get tripped up on incredibly simple tasks, and there's virtually no way of determining its reasoning. It's a black box. I'm sure everyone in this room has turned to Google to look something up in recent years and was given a poor explanation or even sometimes outright false information. The difference with surveillance cameras is you're not just getting a bad cookie recipe. You're giving potentially false information to our law enforcement. It takes thousands of man-hours from experienced scientists to properly sort learning data, rectify errors in training pipelines, and verify output inaccuracies. The unfortunate truth is AI models that work in the lab can really struggle in real-world conditions with uncontrolled variables. Uncontrolled variables such as oddly shaped moving objects in variable light and weather conditions. All an AI sees is pixels on a screen and doesn't think about objects or motion in the way a human does. Describing moving objects and reading slanted lettering are 2 of the hardest possible tasks an AI could be asked to do. So, in my opinion, it's going to be very difficult to ensure the accuracy and consistency of these cameras. Even if 99% of the data set is correct, that's still thousands of cars that are being mislabeled every day. The biggest risk here is taking the camera's decisions as gospel. They're not. I don't want our law enforcement to be receiving potentially thousands of bad data points, especially if they're told this technology is infallible. Imagine if a regular person was interviewed and told an investigator that they saw a specific car at a specific place, and that turned out to be wrong. At best, that's an honest but likely costly mistake. At worst, that could be a big crime and could put the public in serious danger. Also, who is liable when the AI gets something wrong? The AI itself certainly can't be. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Hodges. And as he's making his way forward, Susan Culp, Meg Thornberry, Megan Sicardos, Orion Wiseman, and John Lemke.
Hi, Dave Hodges, Bluefield Avenue. I'm going to continue on from my discussion last week. I did run out of time. And I certainly, because I gave examples where AI got things wrong, I want to emphasize that I'm pro-police, given effective leadership and accountability. I would be much more in favor of spending the money on Axon, on the challenges we have with the full-time employees within the police department, for instance, hiring detectives to do more traditional detective work. Since last week, I've also done some research on other municipalities that have put guardrails in place because we do have Axon now. Other people have looked at this, and I just want to give a few of those examples. A written reader policy, retention capped at 30 days of data, no sharing without a council vote, a ban on audio sensors and data sensors, independent security assessment, no vendor changes without written authorization and public notification, and independent third-party audit of searches and data. And just one last thing, we've talked in our group at the Visible Government League about offering a fishbowl to have interested parties from the city, subject matter experts, and community discuss the subject of ALPR's surveillance and to hear from each other so we understand the benefits and risks from each other's point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Culp?
My name is Susan Culp.
Can you lower your mic? Thank you.
You can tell I haven't done this before. I'm very nervous. My name is Susan Culp. I live in the 800 block of Snowberry Street. Hello, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm here to speak on the subject of the FAA grant assurances as a person with disabilities. I'm very concerned about the DEI obligations, and let me just step back a minute. I'm here today because I don't believe that the Ward 2 representative is representing me when it comes to this matter. I regret voting for him, in fact, because of how a layer or a variety of things that have come to pass. Most recently, when asked by a concerned citizen at the last open forum about the assurances or conditions of the FAA grant, he told the citizen that the grants for the police department are different from the FAA grant. Well, they are. That's true. But the way they're different is that the FAA grant explicitly prohibits DEI programs, certain DEI programs, and the police grants require civil rights compliance, but don't have an outright ban on DEI initiatives. And I think this is very important to look at. So when this came up in the last topic, in the meeting or the open forum, it seemed like to me that this whole issue was swept under the table. And sorry, I need some water. But, it concerned me that the citizen wasn't listened to, and that the constituents, there was no attempt to try to understand his constituents when an open forum is specifically for that. In any case, I want to go back to the fact that there is a very clear difference between the grants and the new rules for FAA grants and assurances. And so I urge the council to consider that very carefully and to understand exactly what they're committing themselves to.
Thank you. Meg?
Hello, Meg Thornberry, and you probably recognize me because I ran for city council and had to drop out because we don't have ranked choice voting, and I was going to split the progressive vote. So obviously, yay ranked choice voting. Definitely support it. I also just wanted to continue to invite everybody to any Visible Government League things. We just had a great meeting last night. It is the second and fourth Mondays from 7 to 9 p.m. at St. Vrain Cidery. If you have questions, if you want to learn more, if you want to connect with people who are also concerned, please come join us. And if you want to play bingo, that is city council themed, I made it. So it's on our Facebook, it's on our Instagram. Feel free to join along. It is all very lighthearted and hopefully will keep us maybe learning more Robert's rules. We'll see. But the main reason why I'm here tonight is that as a social worker, I have some pretty major concerns about the public safety tax. Not so much the tax itself, but the way that it is presented last time about how it's going to be used in terms of the people who they plan on hiring. If you were not here for that, basically the plan is for whatever 90-ish positions they want to hire in the next 10 years. 66 were police, there were a handful of firefighters, and there were even fewer support services. As a social worker, one of the first things we learned is the up the river, down the river concept. So you have the story of a town that has a river that all of a sudden there's all these people coming through and they're drowning, and so the city responds and starts to rescue the people. And then finally someone asks, wait, where are these people coming from? What is going on to make these people that we need to save them? So somebody goes, they look up the river, and it turns out that there is a dangerous part that will slide you right into the river. So they go and they build a fence, and then there's no longer people who are falling into the river. And so when the city has spent all of this time and money and effort to respond instead of prevent, it's ultimately a waste of funds. So I really encourage the city to take a stance that is preventative, that is focused on support services specifically, so that we can create less work for our police. What I keep hearing from public safety is that we have too much work and too few people, and perhaps instead of hiring more people, we should make less work. And I really believe that preventative services is going to be the main way to do that. So please, in terms of what other youth support services we can do, obviously as a mental health worker, please, mental health first aid. We need to be funding more medical first responders to be going out on our fire trucks. Currently, there's not an EMT on every fire truck, which is crazy. So I fully support raising funds to support our fire department as much as possible and to support our support services as much as possible. So I'm in favor of the tax, but only if it is specifically allocated towards fire and support services, and obviously to whatever degree police is necessary. But again, let's reduce their workload instead of increasing the number of personnel. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan?
Well, I do have some comments on that. As you guys know, I have been a social worker and have had an LCSW also, and I don't agree with mental health. I'm just going to make some comments on that and then kind of say what I was going to. But it's part of pruning, and it develops supremacism in our society, and it takes away the self-efficacy of the person, and it takes away their ability to understand emotion in the first place because they can't understand emotion because it's being outsourced to our mental health professionals. So none of those things are good things. It develops supremacism in our society. It's derogatory. And the inevitable outcome is that we're going to end up like Hitler and want to kill people because they are considered mentally ill. And that's already happening. We have and have-nots. It deals with the poverty level, and the people all of the helping professionals are developing stigmas towards the people that they're helping, and they aren't considered equal anymore. So it lasts for a generation, maybe 2 generations, where they're considered equal. And then after that, well, it's just a downhill spiral, and we're already in it, and none of that stuff is good. So I do not support the mental health field. I am living in in Zinnia, which is supported by mental health, but it inevitably it leads to supremacism and death. And I don't approve of that because I got my children taken for mental health reasons when I was fleeing a practical thing. I was fleeing from being gang stalked, and they don't understand the socioeconomic bracket and that people really are gang stalked under the poverty margin, and instead they're being told that they have mental health, which is crazy. So going on, I would also like to address the airport issues. So I say that I believe that we need to have the airport, and I know that that isn't under contest. Nobody's contesting whether we need the airport or not. However, it's something that's necessary for the upcoming technology. We're going to be developing air travel. We're developing cars that also have air. that are going to be able to fly. And I think that that would be a great spot to develop that technology. Like we could get grants for that. Regarding the FFA regulations, I think that it's really awful that people have, like that airplanes have been going into it, like accidentally landing in farms. That's really horrible. But I think that we do need to have the FFA regulations and grants. So building a tower, ensuring that it's there, making sure that the grants are available. If you're trying to address the issues within the grants, then address the issues. Don't deny the aid. The aid is there to be able to provide for the needs of the people. My family lives up in South Dakota. And that, of course, is where I was fleeing from. However, my dad has worked for DIA, he's worked for DFW, and now he's in charge, or he was in charge of most of the airfields up in South Dakota. And you know, from a perspective of needing grants, they don't get any traffic up in South Dakota, and they have to rely on federal grants. Down here, we do have that traffic, but the federal grants are I don't believe that it's taking from. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Thank you, Orion.
Hello, Orion Wiseman, 942 Venice Street. I want to first thank City Council and the Mayor for giving us all an opportunity to speak tonight. I know we are going pretty late. I wanted to speak briefly, and I'll keep it brief, in support of the purchase of the Y. And I wanted to thank all the effort that has gone into hopefully making this happen. The Y is really about community. You know, I wanted to talk a little bit about what it's meant to me. I used to go down there for a spin and core class with some of the elder citizens of Longmont, and they could ride those bikes a lot faster and a lot longer than I could. You know, it's been a place for my kiddo as well, for my child. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the pool, because I think that is the big issue. So the first thing is, you know, my kid learned to swim in Longmont through the rec center. And my understanding now is there's a lottery to even get those swim lessons. So we just don't have enough pool space. So I think it's really important to, you know, people have talked about it needing to be an and. You know, we need Centennial, we need Quail Road, we need Sunset, we need the Y, because, you know, young kids need to swim. Some of his friends went to the preschool at the Y. They had a really good experience there, and one of the things that was special about that is that those kids got to learn to swim in that pool. So hopefully that's something that we can continue as well. He still loves to swim. He swims with the red tails over there now. And I know that, you know, so now I'm seeing it on the other side, on the competitive side. And again, you know, one of the things that Colorado just doesn't have enough of is pools. So all of the rec center buildings are different, but they all complement each other. You know, the Y building, I believe it has racquetball courts, as I recall. I don't believe Quail Road does. It has a warmer pool, which, you know, people have talked about being good for swim lessons. It has that large community room. I know I've seen, you know, like our congressmen speak there before. They've done events there. That is a valuable resource. It has a preschool. So I think it's important to look at it for what it can bring to the city after it becomes a city property. Yeah, and like I said, I know it's been late, so that's all I have to say. But thank you for your help.
Great, thank you, John Lemke, and then the final three: Ryan Forbes, Dylan Rankin, and Scott Stewart. Make your way forward.
John Lemke, 744 Stonebridge Drive. Good evening. Thank you for considering ranked choice voting tonight. If you haven't seen Lord of the Rings, you're going to get lost in this. But I'll start. In Lord of the Rings, following the Battle of Helm's Deep, Gondor lights a beacon, a calling for Rohan's aid. Aragorn rushes in, declaring, "The beacon is lit. Will Rohan ride to their aid?" Longmont, oh, it's a spoiler alert. The Rohirrim, the horse riders of Rohan, do in fact follow King Theoden and ride to Gondor's aid. Longmont can do the same to provide authentic leadership by implementing ranked choice voting for our citizens of Longmont, and also to lead the way for other people in other cities in Colorado. And I'm here to support option 3, but I want to make it clear it's not because I'm a sore loser. Even if we had it, I still wouldn't have won. I lost that badly. So we'll get that out of the way. I have 2 daughters. I'm here for them and the future of all children. I gave up playing Bluey Trouble to come here tonight. This is how important it is. I had to walk away from that. It was very, very tough. But Longmont's been fortunate, and I think a little bit lucky in how well our city has been led. And I want to see us implement the most robust election system, one where voters can vote honestly, candidates can run honestly, and by that I mean focus on more things than just a handful of the most contentious issues. And the results of the election will be in miniature the makeup of our population as our founders envisioned. I had a chance meeting with 2 inspiring women recently. I had dinner with the former mayor of Fort Collins, Jenny Arndt, who referred ranked choice voting to the ballot in Fort Collins. And she told me about Shirley Peel, who was their most vocal opponent to ranked choice voting. She was elected under ranked choice voting, and she became one of its strongest supporters. I also met with Alana Person, I think that's how you pronounce her name. She's the Director of Communications for Represent Women, an organization dedicated to bring the number of women elected to government more in line with the population of women we have in our country. We have a long way to go before women and people of color are properly represented in this country. I really want for Longmont to lead the way, and I believe that option 3, multi-winner ranked choice voting with 3 winners, is the way that we can provide authentic leadership to the other cities in Colorado and the rest of the country. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ryan? Oh. Your address is not within the city limits. So I have you as one of the first 3 for final call public invited to be heard. Uh-huh. Our city clerk? Yes, please.
This is what Beverly spoke about.
Okay. Ryan, go ahead.
Okay. Ryan Forbes, 2220 Water Song Circle. I wanted to talk about the potential tax to fund public safety. Meg covered quite a bit of it. And as you know, it covers the police, fire department, and core teams, which do really great work, and we're really lucky to have those. As it shows in in the presentation you've seen and we'll see tonight, most of the funding is going for police officers. The police officers are the first responders to crime, and as Meg was talking about, one of the ways to reduce the burden on police is to look at preventing crime as opposed to responding to it. And coming up, or most likely coming up on the ballot, is going to be something that would help with that directly, is going to be another potential tax that would go towards childcare and education. Those 2 factors, putting more money into it and allowing more people access to it, actually helps reduce crime over time, would make Longmont a much safer place. And having 2 issues on the ballot compete, especially on popular issues, tend not to work. Many people have brought up that at one point there was a new rec center on the ballot. There was also a library district. There was also a performing arts center. And none of them are getting funded right now because they all went on the ballot at once. So I strongly am against putting a new tax for police officers at this time because it's going to compete with that issue. The other thing, talking on the issue of funding and potentially getting more funding to do more things. One of the other issues that's been talked about tonight is the airport. One way to look at the airport, it's noisy. Not a lot of people have access to it. There's a lot that goes into it. There's federal things with questionable taglines on it. But the other thing is that there are opportunities that could be had for local businesses and for money to come into Longmont, especially for local businesses. Up in the Roaring Fork Valley right now, anytime the X Games comes, people come in and through the airport and then patronize the entire Roaring Fork Valley from Glenwood all the way up to Aspen. When Sundance comes, I foresee the same theme coming here, and the more that we allow people to access Longmont, the more people will want to come in and visit. And then if people do not like the noise, do not like the crowds, and want to get out of it, hey, we've got an airport and you can get out. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay, Dylan.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. And I just want to, again, address some preconceived notions about ranked choice voting as it relates to your discussion later tonight of potentially referring a measure to the ballot to allow voters to decide if they want to use that in their elections. And I heard three things tonight. I heard, one, that our elections are not safe or that they're prone to fraud. I heard that ranked choice voting is a communist scheme, and I was sad to hear that because, Mayor Pro Tem, I was just up here last week telling you that I wasn't a communist, so I was sad that I had to come down here and do it again. And those were the main things I heard, and I just want to say that Longmont elections are safe, secure, and easy to participate in. Colorado has, over the past several years, developed a gold standard election system in terms of security, in terms of ease of access, in terms of the reliability, the auditability, the verifiability of the results, and that's something that our state should be incredibly proud of. I am just of the opinion that our gold standard election system deserves a gold standard voting method to go with it, and that is why I believe that we should implement ranked choice voting in our elections. I don't have to repeat the amazing things that our speakers have already said. It's an amazing thing for a voter to be able to rank your candidates honestly as opposed to vote strategically. It's an amazing thing as a candidate to be able not worry that someone who's aligned with you is going to split the vote and let someone else who isn't preferred by a majority to be elected. It's an amazing thing in a multi-winner form, especially to make sure that voters of all ideological, demographic backgrounds have adequate representation on multi-member elected bodies. So it is overall an amazing change. You understand that there's lots of passion on both sides of this issue. You've heard proponents and opponents speak tonight, and that's why ultimately we are asking you to let the people decide. We want to see this on the ballot because there's energy, there's passion in this discussion, and the people of Longmont should be the ones to make the ultimate choice as to whether or not this is an improvement to our elections. And then I would just say, finally, like I'm feeling a little extra patriotic because of all the communist accusations. And in exactly almost 250 years ago, John Adams wrote that the legislature should be, quote, an exact portrait in miniature of the people at large, and that it should think, feel, act, and reason like them. Although he didn't have the words for it, he was describing proportional representation. He was describing what it does. He was describing exactly what multi-winner ranked choice voting accomplishes. So that is what we believe that we should see on the ballot in the spirit of America's 250 and in the spirit of making our union just a little bit more perfect. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Scott Stewart.
Wow, he's tall. Sorry. It's all right. Scott Stewart, 229 Grand Street. Mayor, members of council, thank you very much. Hey, really encouraged by the pre-meeting that happened tonight with everybody's consciousness on that we really don't have all the information that we need, and we really need to get better information. Think it's great. I'm really disappointed that we're kind of in a bad way with this grant that we've got now. We've already paid for the or we've already accepted money for the AAP portion of it, which is the planning portion of it. We're about to get into the construction portion of it. Man, you shouldn't be here. I don't know if any of you all have seen the CDOT reports that have evaluated the runways. You got a maintenance problem. You got a maintenance problem. You got stuff that is projected as problems that we don't have a plan to seal and repair now. We're going to have bigger problems down the road because we're not maintaining it. We're kind of in that boat right now because of stuff we didn't do 2-3 years ago. We're causing our own problems. I'm a little bit disappointed that, for the last few months, we've been saying, well, rates and charges study, rates and charges study. We're going to wait for the rates and charges study. My goodness, the city did a lot of work. Sandy had a presentation with 5 different options on, financial needs for the airport. We had a 90-day reserve within that report or what have you. Unfortunately, that report was not timely in the sense that it wasn't able to get onto the agenda and all of this, it got caught up in process. And the damn, has anybody revisited it? It's a damn good report. And there's some great options and great information in there. But we kind of took the easy way out. And I've seen this happen before with the airport. We keep kicking things down the road and saying, oh, it's going to be tomorrow, it's going to be tomorrow, it's going to be tomorrow. Man, we've got the tools to do this. We just need the accurate information. Kind of bottom line is you start digging a little bit deeper in here, airport needs more money. The airport can do a lot of things if it has its own money. I mean, when they do that air show, they scrape and save and beg in order to get, what, 10 grand to sponsor the air show or whatever. I'm sorry, you should have an annual air show if you're going to have this airport, and you put it in the damn budget and you project enough money in revenue so that you can do it. And, you know, I think you've heard my thing before, which is, you know, landing fees might be the short-term issue for this in order to generate some revenue. But I think in the end, if you're going to have this airport long-term, you got to start owning hangars. You got to be the landlords. So there you go. Thank you all.
Thank you. Seeing no one on the list, I will now close public invited to be heard, and we are going to take a 5-minute break. Please. Can we all take our seats, please? Order. Council, please make your ways to the dais so we can continue with the consent agenda. Dawn, can you please read the agenda, consent agenda for the record?
Of course, Mayor. The second reading and public hearing for the ordinances introduced tonight on the consent agenda will be held on July 28th, 2026. Item 9A is ordinance 2026-43, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2026. Item 9B is ordinance 2026-44, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2026. I will just say those are different. They have the same title. Item 9C, Resolution 2026-40, a resolution of the Longmont City Council authorizing the return of excess museum grant funds to the Stewart Family Foundation. Item 9D is Resolution 2026-41, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement for distributed energy resource programs and projects between the City of Longmont, Platte River Power Authority, the Town of Estes Park, the City of Fort Collins, and the City of Loveland. Item 9E is Resolution 2026-42, a resolution of the Longmont City Council authorizing an amendment to the deed of conservation easement for the Dickens Farm Nature Area in Boulder County, Colorado. This resolution has two options for council's consideration, option A or option B. Option A is exactly the title. Let me just read option A, 2026-42A, resolution of the Longmont City Council authorizing an amendment to the deed of conservation easement for the Dickens Farm Nature Area in Boulder County, Colorado, to remove street fund-owned acres erroneously included in the original conservation easement. Option B is a resolution of the Longmont City Council authorizing an amendment to the deed of conservation easement for the Dickens Farm Nature Area in Boulder County, Colorado, to remove street fund-owned acres erroneously included in the original conservation easement and to add adjacent open space acres. Item 9F is direct staff to proceed with purchase of the YMCA property and bring back an appropriation to complete the purchase and authorize the mayor to execute the purchase and sale agreement. Item 9G is approved board members recommended for reappointment to the Longmont Downtown Development Authority Board of Directors. And Mayor, I would just note that staff in your script is requesting to pull 9B, 9E, and 9F.
Okay. So do we have, other than 9B, 9E, or 9F, any items to be removed? Seeing none, can I have a motion to accept with the exceptions of 9B, 9E, and 9F? Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Marcin, seconded by Councilmember McCoy. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote.
I need to refresh.
Yeah, I do too.
You're a yay, and you are a yay.
Yes. Okay, and that carries unanimously. We have no items for ordinances on second reading, so we are now on to items removed from consent agenda. We do have an item A. Is there staff preference on which one should come first? Because I have right here, so items removed. The first item on my list is Resolution 2026-39, a resolution for the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreements between the City of Longmont and the Federal Aviation Administration for two grants concerning taxi lane reconstruction at Vance Brand Municipal Airport. The item was tabled from June 23rd and to be rediscussed or revoted on July 14th, 2026. Was there a reason why it was pulled?
No, that was the one that you carried over from the last council meeting
Yeah,
to
this
discuss
is
the
your tabled
FAA.
item.
This is your table.
Got it, okay. Okay, so let's
And then
take
the appropriation 9B is for this, is an appropriation for this item, which is why we requested that to be pulled. They should be considered together. I don't know if there's a particular order, Harold.
I think probably the grant needs to come before the appropriation because that's going to be I'm looking at Teresa.
Okay.
Yeah, the grant goes first and then that'll determine what the appropriation action will be.
Okay, I'm going to turn off that mic 11, getting feedback. Okay, so let's go ahead. Can I have a motion to vote on Resolution 2026-39? Oh,
Mayor, I believe you would need to pull a motion to pull from the table.
oh, yes. So I need a motion to pull, sorry, didn't go that far enough. So let's see, can I have a motion to go back to the pulled item? Yeah.
R 2026-39, so moved.
Yeah, okay. Okay, and the motion has been made to pull from the table Resolution 2026-39. Motion has been made by Councilmember Chris, seconded by Councilmember Popkin. See no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, thank you. That carries unanimously. Now we are on to the actual resolution, 2026-39. Go ahead.
I do have a question, Mayor, and that is, I'm wondering if a member of staff could talk to the DEI assurances on these grants. It was my understanding with a lot of the transportation grants that we had put forward that we had mitigated those issues. So I see Jen Uden has come down. And no?
I actually think this is for the city attorney's office.
Oh, okay. City attorney.
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. Is there a specific question? The language is no DEI programs that violate federal anti-discrimination laws.
Correct. And that's similar to our other assurances that we have with transportation. Is that correct? And we
Yes.
had, as a council,
Yes.
discussed this beforehand,
Yes.
you know, several months ago, and had agreed that this was in alignment with what we were doing, and we could issue those grants.
We could certify,
Yeah.
certainly the city's position is that it's quite confident that none of its programs, DEI or otherwise, violate federal anti-discrimination laws.
Okay, so it's not going to change any of our policies or the way we proceed with our programs.
No.
Okay, very good.
Okay, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Christ. You took one of my questions. One thing that we can't always show in some of these conversations is the legal advice that we receive, which happens in an executive session. And these are conversations that are really important when we are making decisions that affect the community, when they involve intergovernmental agreements, when they involve other kinds of grant agreements, federal, state, local. And we have had many conversations, at least since I can speak for the time since I've been on council, since January 2025, which might be the most relevant time period to speak to this anyway. We've had multiple discussions on this, on both this broad topic and specific grant situations. So I just want to acknowledge, even if we have not had those legal conversations here, that these are active conversations and advice that we are receiving very intentionally in an environment where we can also ask very specific questions to our attorneys and to outside counsel where appropriate. So for people who are kind of just tuning into this either today or in general, that's something I do really want to stress. I also want to note that, as many folks have seen from our pre-session today and in other meetings, we are working to address and have heard many, many times the numerous challenges that our community is concerned with regarding the airport. And I just guess I want to remind my fellow council members here that voting for this grant does not mean we are not taking those seriously. It means we are thinking about the decisions and trade-offs of each of the moments that we have to consider for financial sustainability, for financial responsibility for our municipal assets, our infrastructure, and the commitments we have made past and present. And so I really hope that we've had this discussion already on this particular item quite a bit already in a previous meeting. I don't think we have settled our vision conversation yet that we started, and I know that wasn't the intention of our pre-session today, but I want to stress a few reasons why I think that accepting this FAA grant right now is responsible and puts us on that path to better shape that vision and inform that. Because this isn't just a we have to take this kind of situation. I think this helps us advance those goals. Federal funding, and I've
written federal grants for communities before. I continue to advise on that in my day job. Federal funding can really help us and other communities become more financially sustainable. It can help us modernize the airport and address some of those challenges. Even if these specific dollars don't go to the program you want, they allow us to put other money into the programs and services and staffing that we need to there. Our airport currently lacks a sustainable financial model. We have outdated infrastructure and services. FAA grant money is one of those key ways to help right this ship. And it is a critical funding piece right now, given the current financial context for the airport, that helps enable and advance meaningful infrastructure projects and local and regional innovations. This is also significant funding. We have not received, we have not received this amount of FAA funding in a single award. To my knowledge, looking at this grant spreadsheet dating back all the way to 2000, if this was a $10,000 grant for certain commitments, we should absolutely be looking at the strings that are attached and considering how, if at all, this advances our goals. That's not the case here. Even if there was no federal grant assurance tomorrow that applied from federal grants from the FAA, the Federal Aviation Act would still carry a lot of similar preemption requirements for regulating air traffic. And currently we have at least 19 more years, am I correct on that, left from the grant that we approved last year from terms. So this would take 1 year off the clock of just the FAA grant assurance compliance timeline. We already talked about the legal and discrimination aspects of this in terms of the grant assurances, so I'll not belabor that point. And then I also just want to remind my fellow council members that last-minute funding changes to current plans are not particularly productive. The way to do this productively is to have these visioning conversations and then figure out what we're trying to achieve, how we're trying to achieve it, and the funding mechanisms that help us get there. These last-minute changes throw a wrench in other financial planning, and if we don't approve this, we're going to have to relook at hundreds of thousands of dollars of budget, probably about $800,000 from the general fund, plus or minus.
Probably closer to $500,000.
Yeah, I think it's about half a million.
Okay, thank you. About $500,000 that we pull from areas we weren't planning to pull from before. I don't think this is the right way to do that, and it's not the right way to do it on a reasonable time frame either. So I don't think this grant is a productive battle to belabor further. I think we should approve it, and we should continue to really focus on the strategy.
Your time.
Strategy for
Yes,
improving the airport.
Councilmember Prieto.
I just have a quick statement. So after giving this considerable thought, I will be supporting accepting these grants tonight. As we discussed during our airport vision conversation, my long-term goal is to move toward a more financially self-sustaining airport. This means planning ahead, strengthening airport fund reserves, and developing a long-term capital funding strategy that gives future councils greater flexibility and more choices. With that vision in mind, I believe approving these grants is the responsible decision. This project has already been planned, designed, and partially funded. Rejecting these grants now would likely require a significant local investment that could otherwise support other community priorities or be used to begin building the airport fund reserves needed to make us more financially self-sustaining. For me, these two conversations go hand in hand. We honor an existing commitment while taking the first step toward long-term vision we discussed earlier. I look forward to working with my colleagues and staff to turn this vision into a plan that moves us toward greater financial independence in the future years ahead.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also going to be voting for supporting this. I've been giving it a lot of thought and needed a lot of time to read through all of the language, and that's one of the reasons why I decided to table it the last time. I've had a lot of conversations with the community, whether it's the residents or the aviation community, as well as I've had some introductions to the aviation department at CDOT, who has a wonderful asset that rates our infrastructure at the airport, and the taxiway that is in question on a scale of 1 to 100 is at an 11, which is in severe disrepair. And when I saw it with my own eyes, because pictures don't really give it justice, it was in really bad shape. And the taxiway is to support our local pilots and our local businesses on site. And I know that they are trying to be good neighbors, and I also want to support people using our taxiways to use fuel on our airport. And if they're not comfortable using our taxiways because they're in bad shape, then we are not going to be getting additional sales tax revenue from the fuel sales tax and the flowage as well. So that's why I'm going to be considering and voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, let's go ahead. We didn't have a motion yet. So is there anyone who would like to move this item?
So moved.
Okay, so the motion has been made to approve Resolution 2026-39. Was made by Councilmember Chris, seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Mayor Pro Tem McCoy in opposition. So now we are on to items removed from consent agenda. I have item B to start, ordinance 2026-44, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning in January 1st, 2026. Okay.
So, Sandra, do you want to walk them through this to make sure that?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Sandra Cifuentes, Budget Manager. So this appropriation is tied to the grant that was just passed. This would include the city match, the state grant, as well as both of the FAA grants. So we just need your approval on the appropriation and see if you have any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions on the appropriations? Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. Considering that we just made the choice that we made, I will go ahead and move ordinance 2026-44.
Okay, so the motion has been made to approve ordinance 2026-44, made by Councilmember Marcin, seconded by Councilmember Christ. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Mayor Pro Tem McCoy in opposition. We are now on to item E, Resolution 2026-42, a resolution of the City Council authorizing an amendment to the deed of conservation easement for the Dickens Farm Nature Area in Boulder County, Colorado, with two options for consideration.
Mayor, we have staff here that can answer any questions, but we pulled this because there's two options for the city council. One is based on the background information that you can approve option A, which just pulls the two parcels that were in the transportation fund out of the conservation easement that was, those two properties were erroneously included in the easement, or option 2 pulls those two out and then includes additional property in the area in the conservation easement. Happy to answer any questions if you have more detailed, if you need more detailed information.
Sure. Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I was just curious from staff, kind of what prompted the impetus, particularly on option B, in terms of adding the kind of 8.4 acres of open space into this effort? Would just love to understand more of the background for getting to this point.
Councilmember Popkin, those acres were dedicated separately at a separate time, but are geographically in the adjacent area. So with option B, it is an efficiency, and it goes toward being able to add additional protections to those acres that were dedicated to the city as open space and greenway, to encumber them with the conservation easement.
So is it the conservation easement aspect of this that's being added into this? So they're already open space acres,
They're already
right?
open space. It just puts it in the conservation.
It just adds it to this conservation easement. Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
it adds that additional layer of protection to those dedicated acres.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that clarification. I won't belabor this, even though I know everyone here came out specifically on this topic. But I do want to just say, while everyone's still here, thank you for your civility, your respect, your thoughtfulness, the comments on a whole range of issues, and the courage for people who have never been here and spoken up before on any topic. Thank you for showing up tonight.
Councilmember Popkin,
And sticking
that
around.
is not germane to the issue that we're
I just wanted to thank
voting
them.
on. So
Take it away.
take it in public comment. Okay. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for public edification, this is going to add additional protections for public land. We get to add additional conservation easement open space. I move option B.
Okay. So the motion has been made to approve option B on all over the place. Yes.
Technically, I think it's option 2.
Is it option 2? Yes, option 2 on, yes. So to approve Resolution 2026-42 with option B, selecting option B. And who seconded it? Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Marcin, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. We are now on to item F, direct staff to proceed with purchase of YMCA property and bring back an appropriation to complete the purchase and authorize the mayor to execute the purchase and sale agreement. I see many people coming down. So I'll take it this way.
Put it in right there.
How do I click it?
We'll check that in just a second. Let me get it shared with Alex. Okay, Councilmember Kalkofer, can you see that?
Your speaker's on.
I can.
No, my speaker's not on. Okay, can you click that? The presentation.
We can see it on
No, it's not going. No. I don't know, Sandy, if you could see this, but the Zoom, you're a floating head. I love it. We need to get that on yeah, we need to get that televised. Yeah.
So Councilmember Kalkofer, if you can just let us know if you need to chat.
It's not up there.
Yeah, I see it, and I love the floating face.
I do too.
It's great.
Gotta text it to her.
We should just put her face on all the presentations.
Yes, that would be lovely.
Mayor, members of council, my name is Jeff Friesner. I'm the Senior Director of Community Enrichment, which Recreation Services is a part of. Want to thank you for allowing us to give us the opportunity to talk about the possible purchase of the YMCA this evening. Here with me is Ben Wagner, who is the manager of Recreation and Golf. Also with us is David Bell, who is the Parks Rec and Open Space Director, and Zach Artis, who is helping us out as the Assistant City Manager for Public Safety. This is one of the areas that he and Jen talked about him continuing on. We also have Chris Coker, who is in the audience. Chris is the CEO of the YMCA, and also I'll recognize Matt Gore, who is one of their board members. At least he was here. Did he leave? Okay. So with that, I know a number of people talked about different things during Public Invited to be Heard this evening. One of the things I would just like to point out is that we're really here tonight to talk about whether the purchase of the YMCA is a good idea for the city of Longmont. I think we have lots of time to talk about childcare and the possible agreement that we could do with Growing Gardens. So we really, unless you all want to, we really aren't prepared to address that this evening.
Do we have, oh, go ahead. I'll let you finish.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. And then we'll go to questions.
Yep, and I'll be fast because I know you got a lot to do yet. So we started having conversations with the YMCA in 2025 about the potential of the purchase. In an effort to do due diligence, we hired Ascenza Architecture to do a study of their facility and give us an idea of what it would cost to bring that up to more of a City of Longmont standard that we believe we've done with the rec center and other facilities. We have worked with other city staff, financial, legal, to try to make sure that we've covered ourselves financially as much as we can. And just as a reminder, the Y closed in February, which I think was a big impact and a big surprise to our community, and our community is missing that. On June 18th, staff sent a letter of intent to the YMCA, who in turn signed that letter of intent, indicating that our terms are generally ready to go. We feel like if you approve this tonight, that we will be able to close the deal by the end of August. One of the things that the Y had asked if we could do this in 90 to 120 days. 120 days would be the end of September. So we're moving right along and feel like we can make that if you approve tonight. Childcare, we talked a little bit. We are interested in working with the Y to do childcare for at least the next year. We want to make sure that that agreement is done in a separate agreement from the purchase. Key terms of the agreement, or what was included in the letter of intent, is that the purchase price would be $4.5 million, that we would provide the Y a $500,000 refundable earnest money, that if things would not work out, which if you approve, I think we're very close. We have done title work. There are some things that the Y will need to do to make sure that those are addressed before we would be willing to move forward. They have indicated to us that those issues shouldn't be a problem, and that they will be able to make sure that those are handled. The city would close or pay for any closing costs. So how are we going to pay for this? In 2016, the council at that time created a recreation impact fee that assesses by square footage new development to help pay for future recreation needs. We have worked with our legal counsel and representatives that had helped us set up that impact fee, and they are in agreement that the recreation impact fee, which is currently at $8.4 million, could be used for the purchase and development of the property. Pros and cons. We feel like it has great opportunity to expand services that our community is after. Supports youth, families, and older adults. It maintains a trusted community hub, and it has the potential to expand child care. Cons, there is an additional financial cost to the city. The other item is we don't know what we don't know. We feel like we've really done our work to try to identify what the issues are, but until you really get in there, there may be surprises that may come up. And then other opportunity costs, which really refers to, could that $8.4 million be used for some other type of recreation opportunity? The one thing I really want to make sure that everybody is aware of is that that money cannot be used for any existing recreation facilities. So if we wanted to really go in and renovate Centennial Pool, those dollars could not be used for that. It has to be for new recreation opportunities.
Jeff, I think the other component is there's a time component to those impact fees as well.
Yep.
In terms of you can't just hold them in perpetuity.
So to just kind of do a summary of financially where we're at, $4.5 million to make the purchase. That would leave us $3.9 million to do the initial development of the facility. And I'm using the word development because with recreation impact fees, they really encouraged us not to use the redevelopment type of or renovation type of terms, because it's clear that this is all one process, that start to finish, to purchase and develop to have it open for our community. With the $8.4 million, that leaves us short of about $4.6 million, $0.06 million that can be collected in other recreation impact fees over the next 2 or 3 years. We as staff are finalizing the priority things that we feel like need to be done to bring the facility up to speed, and feel like we're in a good place to make that happen. One thing I also want to make sure that everybody understands is that if you choose to do that, it would not reopen as a YMCA. It would open as one of our community recreation facilities. So there will be differences in the operations of how we do things and maybe how the YMCA did things, but we do a lot of things very close to the same, all with a priority of providing excellent customer service. So the annual expenses, we feel like it could take until early 2028 to get through the purchase, to do the design and actually complete the development work. We feel like when the facility is ready to open, the operating budget would be a little over $2 million. Of that, generally recreation has a cost recovery policy that requires us to cover 80% of our expenses, short of capital improvements over $5,000, free community events, sports field maintenance, and some youth programming that we do. We feel like it will take at least 3 years to get to that 80% or ideally 100%. Included in that $2 million are fees that normally are not recovered by recreation, but it's our goal to cover things like the facility maintenance support that they provide us, custodians, custodians, and then some of the work that parks would need to do to help maintain the facility. Another item that we won't go into a lot of depth tonight is about what happens with Centennial Pool. I think we're all aware that Centennial Pool offers a different type of service than what the Longmont Rec Center would do or the former YMCA facility. It really is more about competitive swimming. It's more about fitness, and that will need to be evaluated on how we can cost recover that, as well as take care of the renovations of that facility that needs to be done. Since 2015, we've been talking about a replacement for Centennial Pool. In 2019 and in 2023, we went and had ballot questions that both failed, but that is, not helped with what needs to be done with Centennial. And again, I emphasize that recreation impact fees cannot be used to renovate that facility. So we know there's that Centennial is a much loved place like the YMCA, and we will continue to evaluate to see how we could keep that facility open as well as open the YMCA. So with that, we feel like financially we can do the work to both develop it and operate it once we are 3 years into that operation. The Longmont Rec Center, the experience we had at that time when we opened it, it took a little over 3 years to get us to that point where it was recovering up around 96% at that time. We feel like using the recreation impact fees is a good use of that funds, and like Harold had mentioned, that we do need to start using some of those dollars. We're looking for direction from you this evening in a few areas. First, we'd like your approval to move forward with the purchase of the YMCA facility. With that, if you approve, we'll come back with resolutions to appropriate the money so that we can make the purchase and start work on the development, and that you would also authorize the mayor to execute the purchase and sale agreement. So with that, that's our presentation, and we're here for any questions you might have.
Do we have any questions from council? Okay. Councilmember Prieto.
Just a comment. I am going to be voting in favor of this tonight. You did mention the child care facility and how everything's kind of TBD at this point. It just depends how everything works out and the agreements, and YMCA spearheading that. My only ask of staff is, and the YMCA, is that we give parents as much advance notice as possible, regardless of what the plans are, post the year mark or, So yeah, my only request is just giving them an advance notice. A lot of parents rely on the YMCA for childcare, and given that we are short of specific types of childcare here in the city, I think it's just really responsible as well. YMCA is one of the only providers that provides a bus to pick up kids after school. Yeah. And so it's not only the families that use it for a full-time childcare service, but it also provides PM care for students whose families work past that 3 p.m. school mark.
Yeah, and it is our commitment to work with the Y for a year and to evaluate that, decide whether it's in our best interest to come back with an agreement that would extend that use, whether it would make sense if recreation got into that business or if there are other groups in the community. But it is really our goal to not impact those parents that are using those services.
Okay. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jeff, Ben, David, all of our staff for more than a few months of negotiations and review on this. I think considering the kind of shock to the system that happened to our community back in January, February, this is really good work to get us to this point. So truly, thank you.
Thank you.
At the same time, I've heard from some residents, particularly on the west side of town, that there's a gap in kind of recreation needs in the southwest and northwest parts of our community. I'll speak to southwest because that's in Ward 2. But we talked about this in the discussions, and I guess in some previous discussions and when we were looking at early stage negotiations, and it just really sounds like it comes down to a question of funding, right? That this is...
Absolutely.
And can you just remind us a little bit of what the cost of a new rec center would be?
Well, when we went to the ballot in 2023, the new rec center was about $72 million. We are getting.
And that's just capital, right? Like that's not the
That's
operating.
just the capital part of it, yes. We're looking at the potential of being able to purchase the Y and develop it for around $12 million, which, you know, is a pretty good deal in today's world. That doesn't mean that in the future we won't want to go back to a ballot. I think we have for a very long time identified Dry Creek as another location for a recreation center. I would say that we as staff have talked about, do we really need to build a 90,000 square foot facility? Could it be something smaller that would have a lot of good amenities in it, but not cost as much money?
Sure. Thanks. And then we had some questions both via email and in public comment today on kind of how we're thinking about the development of the Y here in terms of both expansion and modernization. And can you tell me, like, are we working within the existing footprint of, at least at this stage, based on what you all know, are you thinking this is within the existing footprint of the current structure? Or are we going to be treating the kind of overall space that we acquire and then kind of thinking more holistically about how we use that? Can you share whatever thinking you're comfortable with at this time?
I think that working inside the envelope is really where we're at this point in time. One of the things that Harold and a number of us have talked about, that it does have the potential of some expansion there if we ever wanted to do that. I think that building a bubble or some type of facility that would make the ice rink year-round would be a good possibility. I think we have done a great job with that operation at Roosevelt Park, but it's kind of outgrown our need in the community, and closing at 9 and not having full operation is impacting that. It doesn't mean that we couldn't look at that at other areas of the community as well.
Gotcha.
But right now, the funds that we have really would require us to stay inside that envelope.
Sure.
I think to your point, what it affords us the opportunity as we look at future impact fees is to look at expansion in terms of adding even more amenities.
Somewhat modularly on that
Correct,
side.
because there's more land.
So we're not,
available.
so this decision today doesn't confine us to the only thing that we can do on this site. We'll have iterations
Correct.
to consider in the future
Correct.
to meet evolving community needs.
Yeah.
Great. Really, really appreciate the work. Thank you. I know this was kind of dropped in the middle of existing work plans and strained capacity for quite a few months. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marcin. Oh,
Alex,
Councilmember Kolkoffer, I didn't even see you there. Thanks.
No worries.
We'll
Thanks,
start
Mayor.
with you.
Yeah, thanks. I do also want to echo what Councilmember Popkin said. Thank you to the staff. This was a huge lift. It was dropped on us, and you all sprung into action really quickly. I'm really pleased with where this is going, and I will also be voting in favor of this. The location is prime for the census tract, and the community that needs this the most really needs us to step up, and I'm really looking forward to what a beautiful facility this is. Me and my family use the rec services, and I can't wait to have another option that it's not going to be as expensive as something brand new. I know it's going to look amazing once the renovations are done, and I applaud you all for all your hard work, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marcin.
All right, I'm excited. So 3 questions real quick. Well, actually, one of them got answered because I was going to ask about the connectedness, because the city does own the property behind the building currently. There is tremendous potential for interconnectedness between, you know, a whole recreation campus between the Y building and the youth center, and you know, the possibilities here are really endless. But I do have 2 other questions. Can you speak a little bit about the membership model? Because I think there was a lot of concern about the challenge. You know, we've heard the challenges the YMCA ran into and the financial and those sorts of things, and how we manage a rec center is maybe a little bit different in terms of senior membership and other things, and how we plan to operate this facility.
So we would carry forward our pass and daily admissions to this new facility, charged exactly the same, and it would allow people to, as Councilmember Coffer said, you could use multiple facilities. You wouldn't just have to use the former Y or the Memorial Building. You could use all of them, including the outdoor pools. One of the advantages I think that we have that the Y doesn't do as often is drop-in fees. That is probably 40 to 50% of our revenue generation at the Longmont Rec Center, and feel like that would be the same type of thing that could happen at the new location. Did that
That
answer?
does.
Okay.
That answers the question. And then the second question I had was about, oh, sorry, Hill.
Add to that, I think one of the things that it also gives the recreation department the ability to do is really expand some of our programming, especially in our youth sports world and areas like that, that also generates revenue for the system. So again, they're taking a holistic look at everything that we're doing.
Thank you. And then the second question I wanted to ask just about community engagement in this process and the ways that, Mayor Pro Tem McCoy and I, at my first coffee with council, had 100 people there to speak about this issue, because this facility, I'm going to get emotional because it matters to me too. This facility mattered to people, and I think the opportunity that the city has is unique in that way. Can you speak a little bit about, hearing from the community, and then additionally, community investment as part of this, if you can?
Because we're renovating,
Yeah.
there isn't going to be as many opportunities because we're just upgrading what's already there. That doesn't mean that we can't have public meetings that talk about,
I think I'm asking more about the process that we've gone through to get
gotcha.
here. Yeah.
So it hasn't been a very public process because we really have been in negotiations, and we can't really do those publicly because the Y wants to get the best price that they can get, and so does the city of Longmont. I think one area that public process is going to be very important is about the future of Centennial Pool and getting people's opinion of what's needed to continue there, how we pay the fees to continue to keep it open.
Yeah, I think one of the things I would say in terms of the process is, I had a lot of calls from different community members wanting to be part of the solution. And I think one of those community members that stepped forward was the Lehman family, in terms of helping us as we were hitting some financial roadblocks, helping that situation out. So I do know that there were community members that were also involved in this process.
Thank you. That's kind of what I wanted to speak to. And then very, very quickly, Mayor, with the rest of my time, I do just want to thank staff, because between Jeff and Harold and Zach and David and the whole team that did this work, this is exceptional. Took months of work. And I think, the community never let this go. Never forgot about it, and I appreciated you shouting out Dean, because I did want to recognize Dean Lehman and his family. My hope would be that this is eventually the Lehman Recreation Center, and we can talk about that once we get to that point in time. But I think for us in this moment, this community has for more than a decade tried to figure out how we add a second rec center and how we get there, and we've tried multiple approaches, and we now have, I think, as a council, an incredibly unique opportunity to check that box and achieve that goal. It doesn't mean we can't go back to the ballot in the future and say, we want more pool space, we want more. We can do that. But right now, the community need is here, and this opportunity has given us a tremendous chance to improve recreation in our community. And I am just so excited. So with that, Mayor, if it's okay, I'd like to. I would like to go ahead and move that we accept the purchase of the YMCA, recommend the purchase of the YMCA, and authorize you to be the signatory on that deal.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Marcin to direct staff to proceed with the purchase of the YMCA property and bring back appropriations to complete the purchase, and authorize the mayor to execute the purchase and sale agreement, and it was seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Okay, seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that carries unanimously. We are now on to
Thank you.
get everything. Thank you. All right. We are now on to general business, public safety tax options, and we have a staff presentation from Assistant City Manager Zach Artist, I retitled you. Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager, Zach Artist, Public Safety Chief, and Teresa Malloy, Chief Financial Officer, to the podium.
And
do you
yeah.
need a few minutes?
No, we're good.
Okay.
I'm actually going to start it. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw it when you did it. It was funny. Yeah, Teresa, do you want to? That's got a floating head. Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
How do we see them? That's not it.
So no, I think it's the top one. Yep. And then you got to do full screen. There you go.
All right, hope springs a turn. Maybe because it wasn't on. It's also not on.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh, I already talked to him. We just talked about it. I'm going to get it closer to the time.
Okay.
Well, we're going to pass it back and forth. Mayor, Council, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Begin.
So, I know staff presented to you, Sandy, you're staying up here, right? Since you were here the last time. I know staff presented to you the last time, and I wanted to add an additional slide to provide some perspective in terms of what are the challenges that we've been dealing with that really has taken us to this point. And this really goes back over a considerable period of time, and then you'll see me touch on certain things that actually go back even farther. So the first public safety tax was approved in 2007 to then be effective in 2008. And as many of you all will remember, 2008 was an interesting year for communities across the nation. It was the Great Recession. And so one of the things that actually happened at that point in time was that when they projected the public safety sales tax and the number of positions that they were actually going to be able to hire, based on the overall economic impact, they weren't able to hire those positions based on the financial returns for the public safety sales tax. That also actually coincided with a really interesting position that every city was in terms of what it did to the overall revenue streams and how we were having to deal with those issues. And so at the time, the staff presented different options to the city council, and you'll see where some of that started playing in over a longer term perspective. And so one of the things that occurred during that period is that vacant positions were eliminated as a whole, I believe. So there wasn't a tactical look, it was just vacant positions that were eliminated. And then there were a number of expenses that were actually taken from ongoing funding to one-time funding. And we'll see how that starts playing itself out. At the same time, our sales tax is allocated into a portion goes into the public improvement fund and a portion goes into the general fund. And they actually adjusted that sales tax allocation at the time where they put more into the general fund and reduced what was going into the public improvement fund. In 2011, one of the things that they put in their budget was really calling out the use of one-time funds for ongoing expenses. I know that because that was actually at the time that I was interviewing for this position, and that was one of the things that caught my attention. So when we started the 2012 budget, one of the things that we really started focusing on with council, and we started calling it a budget reset, was that what we really had to do is stop utilizing one-time funds to fund ongoing expenses, because that's not a great, that's a bad financial strategy. And so we started shifting dollars into that to correct those issues. And at the same time, we started working to shift the sales tax allocation into the public improvement fund and the general fund. At the time, I think we estimated that that number was going to be in the neighborhood of $3 million. I think it came out closer to $4 million once we got through making all of those adjustments. And so why is that important? It's important because when the new revenue was coming in, we actually couldn't use it to add anything to the organization. What we had to do was just basically fund things that were already occurring. We also had another significant event occur in 2013, which was the flood that we had in our community. Interesting story behind that is I'm required by charter to present a balanced budget to the city council by the last day of August, I think. Correct, Teresa? No later than the last day of August. We actually had presented that budget, and then shortly thereafter the flood hit, and we had a council meeting, and we literally had to come into the council meeting and specifically on the capital improvement plan said, disregard everything that you're seeing in the capital improvement plan. We're going to have to completely reshuffle everything so that we can focus on recovery. For the most part, it was contained in the capital improvement plan, but what we also found is in an effort to meet many of the match requirements that we actually had to dig into our operational revenues at the same time. Many people don't believe this, but we're actually still in recovery at this point, especially along the St. Vrain Creek. So that actually created a lot of shifting in terms of how we needed to approach the situation. So then 2017, we went in with another public safety sales tax, again using projections in terms of the positions that we needed. One of the interesting things that's happened throughout this period is we've gone through an ebb and flow of economic issues that have really hit us. And then it was approved, it became effective in 2018, and then around 2018 we had another issue, and this starts tying into other conversations that we've had tonight when we talk about facilities, and this is going to be a precursor to the budget, so you're going to hear this again in about a month and a half. One day all of a sudden we heard a loud pop in this building. Everyone started to try to find it, and we ended up bringing in a specialized crew to investigate. And what we ended up finding is that we had a failure of the foundation in this building. What that failure of the foundation meant that if we didn't proceed with corrective action, we were actually in jeopardy of red tagging this building. Based on what we saw, we knew that we had to start looking at the library, and then we knew we had to start looking at the safety and justice building at the same time because they were all built in the same time frame. So why is this important? What we ended up having to do is we had some debt capacity within the public improvement fund because we had gone back and shifted everything. But what we could have used for debt capacity for other facilities, we actually had to use to repair these facilities because we had foundation failure. And when I say this goes back in time, that's actually a product of more than that. It's a product of decades of lack of maintenance in your facility that really starts showing itself at failure. So that's when you see the Public Improvement Fund bond. One of the things that we did do is we actually we replaced 2 fire stations because at the same time what we realized those fire stations weren't operable. And so we went forward on that. And then you saw where COVID hit, and COVID started presenting some interesting situations for us. One of the things that we saw was tremendous inflation in terms of what it costs for us to produce our services, and we saw compensation really start driving on us. If you look, you can't see it at the bottom of it. We're still dealing with those inflationary increases in terms of equipment. So when we look at the cost of a fire truck, Sandy, I think it's doubled during this time period in terms of what we've had to fund. And we're seeing that in police cars and everything else, and just the materials that we need on a daily basis. during this period, we had different directional issues, creating the Affordable Housing Fund, creating the Attainable Housing Fund, and some other issues that we were folding into the budget. But then in 2025, we probably had something that I would argue is as close to what we saw in '08 as you can get that's not an economic condition, and it's really the property tax impact. So one of the things that we've been dealing with since 2025 is the adjustments that the state legislature made in terms of the property tax adjustments. What it's done is dramatically reduce the property tax revenue coming into our system. So it's made every budget year a difficult process. Spoiler alert, we have another year of this in terms of what we're dealing with, and it's probably going to mean a flat property tax year for us. So when you take all of these things into play, what you see is it's really a snowball effect of different economic conditions, different things in play that have really led us to a position of where we're at a point where we need to have this conversation in terms of public safety. Teresa, did I miss anything?
You hit the highlights, yeah.
Okay, so if there's any questions on this, I'd be happy to answer it, but I did want to give some context as to why this has really presented itself at this point in time.
Thank you. Councilmember Mercer. Oh, go ahead.
I got one more
Yes.
slide. So
Yes, hold tight.
if we want to leave it on this, we can leave it on it, but, okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, because I think when public hears, or when I hear, we're going to have a flat property tax year, and property tax, revenues are down significantly within our system, and then we get our, our property tax assessments and our bills that have gone up considerably in the last few years. Can you help? Can you help me and others understand why that is, and why we see the increased bills, but ultimately reduced revenue?
Yeah, you bet. Sure. Teresa Malloy, Chief Financial Officer. So the actions that the state has taken are to adjust the assessment ratios in an effort to curb those really high growth years that we were seeing before 23 and before. So while Harold says it's going to be a flat year, that's because the assessment ratios are decreasing, and so we will not receive as much property tax because they are starting to ratchet those ratios back. We're hoping that the amount of new construction that's been going on will help offset that, and we won't actually see a decrease, and that we'll have flat revenues.
And we'll, obviously, when we get into the budget, we'll go into more detail on this, but it really is, you may see your valuation rise, but your actual assessment goes down because the ratios are adjusted. The next slide. Oh, I can hit it. So another question that we talked about is really looking at our funds, and so fund accounting is a big part of what we do. The public safety fund's very specific in terms of what can be put into that, so we can only put expanded level services into the public safety fund based on the way that it was drafted, and then we have the general fund. The general fund, when you look at it from a fund accounting standpoint, is really the only fund where you can move funds out of this area into another area, whereas the other funds in our system, we don't have the ability to do that. So when you look at it in terms of 2026, we have about $130 million in the general fund. You can see the numbers that we have for the different components, but wanted to point out that from a public safety perspective, 44.5% of the total general fund budget goes to public safety, and 45.7% of the ongoing general fund goes to the ongoing general fund piece. And so there is a piece of this. What I will tell you is this is not uncommon in municipalities. It's actually fairly consistent when we see this kind of split in terms of what we're doing. But we also wanted to provide this as a perspective for the council as we're looking at this moving forward. Is there any additional questions kind of on the history and what we're looking at?
So history and what we're looking at, do we have any questions? Councilmember Prieto.
I think it's related. Harold, could you So we've heard some concerns, and it was a concern that also I had around programs, social service programs, or programs that help prevent crime in the first place. Should this tax be approved by the voters and all this money go into funding these ongoing positions, etc., and let's say the amount grow, or maybe we overcalculated, is there room to pull some of the positions from the general fund into the public safety fund and make more room in the general fund for some other programming that may not qualify under public safety but definitely helps prevent crime?
The way the ballot's currently written, the answer is no, because it has to be expanded levels of service. But I think what's behind it is when you look at, if we weren't in the situation we're in now, because one of the things I didn't touch on is, so we have the property tax issues, but we also have the impacts of the tariffs, which are creating inflation and these other issues. So if we were in a normal budget year, what it actually does is reduce, they're not competing with those types of things, which actually gives us more ability to look at those programs. The one thing that I would say is we've got to look broader than just the public safety fund when we're talking about what we're doing from a mental health perspective. So one of the things that Zach and Christina have been working on, and we've actually also touched on this from our housing perspective, is we've used other funding sources to create additional clinicians within our system. And so they just actually went through, and now we're combining our mental health services into, I don't know that we have I forgot what the name of the department is, but we're calling it a mental health center of excellence, where Zach is taking his folks, Christina's taking her folks, some of the positions that we have that are also working in the housing, and then they're all moving to work collectively with each other so we can support that function, because we are very cognizant of those issues in terms of what we're dealing with. That's also touching base and partnering with our senior group and then our children, youth, and family services. So we're actually taking a more holistic view in terms of how we deal with those issues that's broader than just looking at the public safety fund, because it is about our parent education. It is about the youth programs that we have. It is about how we work with our older adults in the population. It is about how they're working in terms of different outreach components. So we've really looked at becoming more efficient and effective and focusing on that through Christina's group. Zach, do you have anything to add?
I think what we do have the ability within public safety to pivot. We have done that over the last few years. One, when we look at, as Mr. Dominguez mentioned, looking at some of our case managers, we did shift to case managers to work nothing but exclusively with our unhoused population to address exactly what you're talking about, and that is how do we meet them where they're at and find the resources that they need, so that it isn't driven by calls for service to, let's say, police or fire, but really trying to get to the root of those issues. The other thing that we've done collectively, both with courts and with Christina, CYF, Christina and Hilda, is we've done a rewind program, which is, it is driven by calls for service to law enforcement and school resource officers, but it puts them in a pretrial diversion program, pre-file program, meaning that there's never a record of that. So giving individuals the opportunity to learn from their mistakes, which has been very successful for us over the last 2 years that we've had that implemented. So we are doing things within public safety, but we're finding what's critically important for us is that we find, instead of working siloed for many years, which I think public safety has, we're now looking at how do we work not only with the partners outside of public safety, but within the city itself. And we're starting to see some good results to what you're talking about. So we are looking at how do we expand what we're doing versus just an enforcement piece, but how do we start dealing with the root issues of the problems that our community sees each and every day. And as you know, and folks in the audience know, it's not a 12-step program, right? There's 12 steps, but it keeps going on. And so every day we recognize that the issues we're dealing with, either through our case management or just engagement that we're doing throughout public safety or throughout the city, it's an ongoing work with individuals to help them get to where they need to be.
Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
so I think generally what's behind this is, again, we have different funds, we have different budgets.
Yeah.
We're taking a holistic look, and if you remember from the council retreat, when we talk about systems thinking, it really is looking at the entire system in terms of how do you bring the appropriate resources led by the appropriate individuals to work in partnership with each other. And so it's really looking at a wider lens in terms of how we're approaching it.
And what I do want to share, for one, thank you so much, because I have been impressed since I've joined council of our community programs. And our public safety department is definitely different from a lot of other public safety departments in that you have additional programs that fall under that umbrella that do help our community significantly. So just some reassurance for the audience, and then also, staff and council is always looking at ways we can improve and create new programming.
Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Harold, Chief Artis, Chief Moore, Chief Higgins. Before I get into the really interesting questions, I guess do you want to do it? Or? No, you can do it. Okay, I will just motion to. I'll just motion to extend the meeting past 11 p.m. as we are required to do.
So y'all are watching the time. Okay, thank you. So the motion has been made by Councilmember Popkin, seconded by Councilmember Marcin to extend the meeting. All those in favor, just verbal.
Aye.
Oh, no, we got it. Okay. Okay.
It's not showing up on the Are you a yay? Yes.
Okay, and that carries 5-2 with council members Christ and Mayor Pro Tem McCoy in opposition.
Welcome
Let's
to council
continue.
late night.
Yeah.
All right. Just to build on the Councilmember Prieto's questioning there and a couple public comments, Chief Artis, when we're thinking about these kind of core in both the literal and the figurative terms here, services and supportive services that we have, how do we measure the impact of our efforts in this? And I know this is a broader conversation, but it does relate to what we are trying to fund and what we're investing in. Like, are we able to measure the number of people to, like, extend the analogy from public comments, like, who aren't falling into the river? Are we able to track some of that progress?
Yeah, so we have several grants, like, for example, when we look at our core programs, we look at our lead programs. A lot of those programs are grant funded, meaning that we have to track engagements, we have to track successes, we have to track those things. A lot of the work that they do coincides with the Housing First initiative here in Boulder County. So again, working with individuals that are traditionally will generate high call volumes to get to the root of the issue, but then also finding that what do they need. So if they need housing, it's getting them into sustainable housing into those pieces. When you look at, again, I mentioned our core program, we even look at, when we look at crime stats, right? We're measuring and seeing what our call volumes are, what's going on, the types of calls for service that we have. We even track our calls for service for the fire department. We have even done a dive a few years ago to really truly look to see, okay, do we have a group of individuals within our community that are driving higher calls, meaning that we have one individual that maybe, are they calling 30 times a month? And how can we address that particular individual's need? And so we really try to look at a wide variety of ways to get to the root of the issue, and really use enforcement as that last option, and really take the approach of education first. And I think, an example of that, I know it's a little bit off of topic, is the whole discussion, which again, we're not having tonight, but about e-motos and e-bikes. Again, trying to educate the community, educate parents, educate riders on the different issues and challenges that our community is bringing to us, versus trying to take we're going to write everybody and take everybody to jail enforcement approach, which is not realistic, but using the educational component to really get compliance within those things. But we do a lot of data-driven analysis to understand, is the program working? Are we just spending money to be spending money to say we have a program? Are we truly understanding how this program is affecting? And if it's not accomplishing what we want it to, what changes are we immediately making to try a different direction to address that need and those issues in the community? And so yes, there is a lot of data that drives behind what we do. It's not just a blanket approach to everything in our community.
And so when we look at the presentation that has kind of that slide of the different positions needed by division and year, I won't ask you about individual numbers here, but obviously like detective is a very specific function role, but do you feel like there is enough flexibility in the types of positions you're projecting out to respond to evolving community needs and policing and enforcement and supportive approaches?
Yeah, I think what we have to do and to be very transparent with council and the community is we have to take a realistic evaluation of our needs. As Mr. Dominguez covered almost 20 years worth of economic issues and challenges within the community. We would love to always have more staffing, right? To put into different programs, to put into different areas, to be able to try different things. But we also recognize that there's a fiscal note to this and there's a fiscal responsibility. And so I think our commitment has been, we're going to be conservative in what we ask for. And then we're going to continue to evaluate new programs and existing programs to make sure that if we need to move resources or personnel around to address it, we will. And as I had mentioned to Councilmember Prieto, we did exactly that with case management for our unhoused, and we've done that with some rewind stuff that we've done. We've also done that with some of, as Mr. Domingo was talking about, is looking at some of our case managers that we had kind of working within public safety, now partnering more with CYF and Christina's group to really figure out how do we holistically as a city approach these issues versus public safety doing their thing and someone else within the city in a different department doing similar things. And so I hope that answered your question, but
it's helpful context.
We think that the positions that we've asked for is what we need to address the issues, but we're also flexible enough to understand we need to pivot to meet the community's needs and issues that pop up. Because again, nobody really paid attention to e-bikes or e-motos, and all of a sudden, within the last probably 6 or 8 months, it's a hotbed topic, right? And so we're having to shift resources and strategies on how we meet the needs of the community. How do we support our e-moto or our e-bike community? But then how do we also support the community members that are struggling with a small fraction of individuals that are not following the rules, right? And so again, blanket enforcement is not the answer, education is. And so we're using a lot of those resources, like our school resource officers have been in the schools since last year, educating a certain group of school-age kids on those issues. So we're always evaluating and adjusting what we need to do to meet the community's needs.
I appreciate that. And then last question here. We talked earlier today about different federal grant requirements and what we've evaluated in that context for the FAA. We talked 2 meetings ago about the Department of Justice's active federal cops hiring grant program right now, which is I think due at the end of the month to support hiring police officers. I know we looked at this and decided not to pursue it. Can you just remind me of the reason why we considered not pursuing this one specifically?
Yes, sir. The language in this year's COP grant has specific language related to immigration enforcement. And just when you look at the language that is in the current grant language, it creates a legal issue for us because there's clear state law about what law enforcement is able to do as far as when it comes to immigration or either cooperating or sharing of information with immigration. And so we did not and are not going to apply for it because it puts us in an issue where we're in contradiction to what state law says that we can and can't do. And so it doesn't make any sense for it to apply for something that asks us to violate state law.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marcin.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Just a quick one. I hope this is a yes or no question. I know we saw the presentation last time, and for those that are kind of like, what is happening? We've been having this conversation about what the path forward is. We're not cutting off slides early, right? Okay. I'm gonna hold off then, Mayor.
Yes, I'll hold. I
I'll hold
will
off, 'cause
count this as your turn. Thank you. Yes. Let's resume.
All right, thank you, Council. So several of these slides are a repeat of what we did present last time, just to kind of ground everyone. So I'll ask Chief Artis to jump in on his.
All right. This was when staff looked at, we went through how we determined staffing and calls for service and looked at what we needed. These were the numbers that we presented to City Council last time based on what we need as far as 2026. This is actually built out to 2036. knowing that we feel that the city's growth is going to slow over probably the next 9 to 10 years. And so what we're looking for and what we were asking for at the time is really to meet 2026 numbers where we should be for staffing, but to stretch that out over a 10-year period so it was implemented over time. And so what you see is we were increasing by, I think, 43 police officers to get to 209, additional 40 firefighters to get to 140, and then other staff we were just increasing by 12 to get to 145. And what I want to remind council about that number, why it looks huge, what you can remember is that back in September or October of last year, we ended up getting our community enforcement and community compliance division that came over, which was about 50 additional employees that include rangers, code enforcement, parking, and some other folks. So that number drastically increased for us in public safety. So this was a general overview of what we were requesting over a 10-year period to get to these numbers. And then this was positions based on what we felt that we would fund every year if our council agreed to put it on the ballot and we were able to ask for the full amount. This is what we would ask for in the positions we'd ask for each year. The ones that are highlighted yellow, I'm certainly happy to turn over to Mr. Dominguez, but these are the positions that Mr. Dominguez went ahead and funded through the general fund. And these are positions that we are already in the process of filling. And I believe we've filled at least half. We've filled 5 of those positions already. And we've opened our process to fill the next one to get into the next academy class for firefighters. But this was a breakdown over a 10-year period of how we would fill that staffing if the entire amount was funded.
Yeah, I think for some context in this, so we have 3 shifts in fire and we have 3 shifts in police, correct? Or is it 4? 3 or 4. So one of the things that we saw on the fire as we were going through the process is, so when you have multiple shifts, you actually have to hire for the minimum staffing levels of each one of the shifts, but you also have to essentially overhire because you have to account for sick leave, vacation, and those types of things. So we clearly saw that on the fire side that was driving some expenses. And so we evaluated it, and when we did, we looked at it, we're like, well, if we make this adjustment, really, I call it a coverage ratio. Dan has a different relief factor. So I think when you look at these numbers and you have to consider that there's shift work and you have to consider that there's minimum staffing levels on those shifts, but then you also have to consider the backfill for those positions when people are inevitably out. So that's part of what goes into how you figure out your staffing numbers.
And then this was the slide that basically shows the ongoing funding needed to cover those positions that Zach was just talking about was $20.8 million and almost $75.8 million in one-time funding. Now this did include a new fire station as well as 2 additional fire, what were they called? Rescue vehicles. Yeah. And then this, again, a slide that we presented last time really showed how much it would take in a sales tax to cover the whole amount, how much it would take in a property tax to cover the whole amount, and how much it would take if we were to split it just a 50-50 sales and property tax. And so this would cover the 86 positions, which is the 95 minus those that we just talked about that the city manager has funded for fire. And then again, another slide we presented last time was an option if we were to, instead of funding all of the positions from a new tax, if we were to fund 2 additional positions per year starting in 2028 out of the general fund, so a total of 18 positions out of the general fund, or 3 additional positions per year out of the general fund for a total of 27 positions from the general fund. That would leave 68 positions to be funded out of the new tax, or 59 positions out of the new tax. And this, on the left-hand side, shows what it would take in a 100% sales tax to achieve that, 100% property tax, and then again that 50-50 split. Turning it back over to Sandy and Zach.
So Mayor and Council, we also discussed, are there any phasing options? Is there anything else that we could provide as an opportunity for Council to take a look at this problem a little differently? And one of the things that Harold pointed out to us was that, economics change and things continue to move and shift. And so we could ask for a public safety sales tax increase today and have a completely different need in 5 years. Or perhaps things are better economically and we have even a lesser need in 5 years. The need is there, the need is important, but what we wanted to present was a split funding option for the council as a kind of a new option in the discussion, which would fund half of the positions in 5 years of the tax, understanding that if the economic climate turns around and there are some differences to that, then we could assess that then. And if not, if things continue to look the way that they do right at this minute today, that we would be going back to voters again for an additional tax to fund the rest of the positions. Is there anything you like?
Yeah. I think one of the things, just to provide some context to this, is the last few years have been incredibly interesting because some of the financial headwinds have been created by decisions. So we talked about the adjustments to the property tax, which the consequence of that decision is that it put cities in a difficult position financially because we weren't getting the funding that we had been getting over time. I can't discount the decisions on the tariffs and what it's really meant to us. It last year created our financial issue because it hit our use tax pretty hard. We had a use tax problem last year. It throttled construction. Then you get into the geopolitical world in terms of what are the impacts in terms of what's happening right now in the Middle East. We can definitely see the impact of gas prices in terms of our operational cost and what that means to other returns. And so there's a point where you look at that and you go, okay, human created. It's not an economic issue. These were created. On the other side, when we look at it, I want to be very clear. This is not going to solve all the issue, but we do know that we have a fairly significant event coming into our area, which is the Sundance Film Festival, that we do think will provide a bit of a financial tailwind in terms of what we're collecting. Again, very clear, not going to solve the issue. The other thing that really can happen in that conversation is that we actually did this on flood recovery. So when we talked about what we needed on flood recovery, we could have issued the full amount of the debt or we could parse it up into chunks. We decided in that case to parse it up into pieces to then give us the ability to look at what other options may present themselves to see what we can augment in terms of bringing other revenue into play. And so what's behind this approach is being very clear. Here are the needs that we know we need in that 10-year period. If we take the split approach, what it does is it gives us a bit of time to assess what the economic conditions are going to be. Are we going to continue in this or is it going to change? What are some other options that maybe we can look at in the interim? And then as we're getting into year 5, we're reevaluating what the need is. And so that's really the big difference. We're not saying we don't need it. What we're saying is if we take it in pieces, it gives us some time to find some other options.
Okay. Councilmember Marcin, did you still? Okay. So Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you go back 2 slides, whoever's controlling the deck, where it had the general fund at 45%-ish? I was surprised by, sorry, a little bit more. There we go. I was surprised by how much our general fund is already carrying for public safety. Because I was hoping to do a three-way split: sales tax, property tax, and general fund. I don't want to say the B word, but in comparison to other municipalities of similar size, how much of their public safety, and I don't know if anybody knows this, how much of their public safety is being covered by general fund? A quick search showed that, the B word is about 25%. Does anybody know?
I can tell you that the places I've worked, this didn't surprise me. It depends on the types of communities and their different funding sources. And I think that's the hard piece on this. But we can look into that.
And is it a little bit higher because we also include some additional services like the code enforcement and/or
Did you include that in this?
other departments as well? Is that why it might be a little bit higher?
Just the same 2 position, 3 position shows.
Yeah, but did you include code enforcement and the other pieces in it? In this 40?
In this, yes, right? Yes.
Yeah. So this included all the new positions. There's nuances to this because animal control is actually in public safety. In some communities, you actually have a separate animal control division. So there's a lot of differences in terms of when you're making that comparison. Some cities don't even do animal control. They contract it out. So there's some differences in this. I will say when you look at what we're doing from a core perspective, not all cities have a core function. So it's hard to really triangulate on that percentage.
And then my last quick question, if you go to the slide that shows the 3 positions, coming from the general fund, if we did those 3, are we going to be cutting something somewhere else? Or are we anticipating future budget increases to support that?
I think our intent in that situation is that when we have additional revenue, those 3 positions come off the top. Not necessarily cutting anything, but they come off the top. And then we evaluate what we have. I know that's what it is. Then we evaluate whatever we have in ongoing funding for other requests.
Gotcha. Okay. And then one comment: we are not voting on doing a tax increase. We're giving this to the people to choose whether or not they think it's appropriate. So I just want to be very clear that I'm not voting to increase your taxes. I'm just putting it on a ballot to make sure that the people have a voice on this.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. Harold, you kind of set me up pretty well because you mentioned the core team. And, I am just going to ask directly, you look at the plan that the Public Safety Department has put together. In that whole spreadsheet, you can go, I think it's a couple slides back, the one that lays out what the staffing plan looks like over the next period of years. There is not one core clinician planned to be hired in that proposal. How many core clinicians do we have currently?
And I think you caught him when he was gone and was coming back.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, the right person to speak, yes.
So we have 5.
5. Why not one? Why not one? To speak to some of the public comment, I understand. I fully understand the needs that we have in our public safety department. I think there is something to be said for what we as a council and a community are doing to address the root challenges that we're facing. And so kind of why not one is my thought. And then my question is, theoretically, should this pass, right? Whatever we recommend here in a little bit, should this pass, ultimately these FTE positions have to come through the budget process, right? So am I correct on that? So year to year, council theoretically could look at the plan that comes to us and say, hey, we have this revenue now. We believe, as a council, we can direct certain things different ways. Theoretically, and understanding that this is the plan public safety is bringing us today.
Sure, absolutely. I think it's fair questions. I think one of the things that this council needs to understand is, I think I've been here almost 5 years, and at no time in those 5 years have we had all 4 core teams fully staffed. That's been to budgetary cuts, that we had to cut both an officer and a paramedic from one of those core teams. And then again, even if you staff the clinician, I can't send them out by themselves.
Yeah.
What I will tell you that organizationally, as mentioned, as Councilman Popkin had brought up, and Councilman Prieto, is, what we're analyzing, constantly looking, and we've just made an operational decision to move our clinicians back to patrol. So our core team is now going to get reunited with patrol, and we will actually have 4 full-time core teams. A little bit different, but the clinician and the officer responding to those calls for service was something we've not had before. Because the issue has always been, I can't move patrol officers off of patrol to go into another unit, but I can move the clinicians to patrol to meet the needs of the community. So we're adapting to that. I think when we look at what the needs are and where the demands are within the organization, core is a critically important piece to have within any organization, because they bring a set of skills to an individual in crisis. But at the end of the day, I still have to have, at the bottom line, I still have to have people to, number one, pick up the 911 call, and number two, to respond to those calls, whether it's a firefighter or a police officer. And so when we look at some of the changes in state law that revolve around open records requests, all the body camera video now that we have to have, and so what you're seeing, particularly in our collaborative services, is to address some of those issues. When you look at the amount of evidence that we're now required to collect and maintain as integrity, the staffing levels we've been working at is not even remotely acceptable. My goal is that when we get these core teams back on the road now, and we have 4 full-time core teams, it's going to take a little bit of time logistically to get a few things done. It'll give us a better understanding of what those numbers really need to be. I can't come and ask you for 2 more cores when, number one, I have no police officers or paramedic to put them with, because, again, staffing and funding doesn't exist. And we don't really understand what having 4 full-time core teams look like, because we've never had them before. And so I think when we're looking at today for the staffing needs, we believe that we have 4 can meet the needs that we need. We do anticipate that in the future we would probably need more, but we need to understand what we have now and what they're capable of before I come and ask for those things. But what I can tell you is what we're asking for are areas and needs that we can show that we absolutely have to have people in, because we're already getting crushed in those areas.
I appreciate that. I think what I'm hearing is your budget is your priorities are reflected in your budget, and your budget reflects your priorities. I think I think this is a conversation, should this pass, that we have to continue. But is now the time for direction on some of these pieces?
We have some other people in the queue.
Fantastic.
So,
I'll come back later.
Mayor,
yes.
I just want to comment. I think the reason that we listed it here is because the 2 previous public safety sales tax have always listed the positions. We are completely open, as I mentioned. We're always willing to pivot to meet the needs of the community and the issues that may arise. Because again, I can't tell you what the major issue is going to be in 2 years, 3 years, or 5 years, even 6 months from now, and what we're dealing with. And so again, public safety is always open to be able to shift and pivot. That if we don't need an officer, because I can now fund 2 clinicians with that, because that's a higher priority for us, then we're completely open to doing that. The reason that you see the breakdown the way it is because that's the way it's been presented for the last 2 public safety tax, to be transparent with the community about where those positions are going and what they are.
I think I would add to this, and it really is, again, the mental health center of excellence that they're building and what they're doing in Rewind, and to say we're also pivoting, because prior to this adjustment, we kind of had this mental health component in police, and then we had different components in other divisions within the organization. And so there was this separation that wasn't allowing us to be as effective as we could. And so the big change condition is bringing those groups together, which actually is then creating additional capacity in terms of how we serve the community. So the combination of that is something that also I think is playing into this conversation. Similar to Rewind. Rewind is not just a police issue. Rewind is probably foundationally a children, youth, and family service issue that's also a component of our probation department. And so it's a multifunctional component where they work collectively to ultimately reduce the recidivism rate. So because it's not here doesn't mean that we're not making other adjustments operationally to really tackle that issue, because an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And I think organizationally, we're bringing that to the table.
And I just want to comment, I think, as we sat and we're working through budget with Mr. Dominguez, one of the issues we recognized very early on is we're not even sharing internally with the information. And so as we begin to look at using the same software that Christina's clinicians are, so we're building this ecosystem internally to where we're now tracking and being able to work with individuals that are in crisis or in need. Looking at Salesforce and how do we partner. We were using one different system the state said we had to use. City's using a different system. And so even looking at how do we begin to communicate internally so that we can find the resources and needs to help individuals in our community.
That's actually a good example. This is a good functional example. So when we created CareNet, what that actually did is connect Children, Youth, and Family Services, Senior Services, our clinicians, Zach's department. So they're working collectively with each other. So if something happens, it's a system that communicates across all areas so that if we see it, multiple groups can come in and deal with it. And we're literally having conversations right now in the budget about what's the next level of that. So it is truly probably one of the best examples of connecting groups that never interacted with each other to attack the very thing that we're talking about.
Okay. In kind of piggybacking off of what Councilmember Marcin had asked around the core clinicians. So just for the public, because I do want this tax to pass. I think that this has an opportunity to really fill a deficit and a need for fire, front-facing public safety who work with our community. And, in the work, being on the steering committee for the core team, listening to what we're faced as a community in 2025, 2026, and in the future, mental illness, mental health is playing a heavier role than it's ever has. And I also look at the cuts to Medicaid, the $665 million cut that our state will face, and that will lead to closure in mental health hospitals. What's going to happen when people need those services? They're going to call 911. Coming from a personal space where we've had to, and we've called 911 and said, hey, this is a mental health emergency. How many, so not just a core clinician shows up, but there are also officers there as well. So if a call comes in, hey, we're having a mental health emergency, police come out, what's the number of FTE that are pulled to any individual depending on, if it's something severe?
So I'm going to try to answer your question.
I just wanted to public to conceptualize, it's not just one person coming out.
Yeah, so when we talk about mental health, our officers go through CIT training, and I can certainly have Chief Moore give you a much more in-depth answer to that, but that is a much higher level of training to understand when they come in contact with individuals who are in some type of crisis, to recognize certain things. Now, it's certainly not to diagnose the individual and do those things, but it's helped to better understand awareness of the situation when they arrive on the scene. When we talk about our core team, they received additional special treatment. The clinician is specially trained, has a lot more understanding of mental health crisis and issues, and the things that are needed in the moment to bring that try to get that individual to come down from where they're at and then get them into the services they need, whether that is being transported to the hospital, contacting their medical provider. But they're there in that moment. They bring a certain set of skills and resources to the situation. So versus having the individual go to the resources, we bring the resources to the individual in their moment of crisis to how to deal with that, because we recognize that, again, a law enforcement officer doesn't have all the skill sets to be able to understand all of those things, because mental health is very complex. And so having the best resources that we can provide, and that is through a clinician on the scene to be able to recognize, identify, and be able to communicate with that individual versus seeing that officer standing there, we find a much higher rate of success and being able to help that individual, and it helps us avoid the use of force issues.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think every call is so specific, it determines how many individuals they send on a response. But, for example, and I'm looking at Dave, domestic violence calls, we automatically send 2 officers to every domestic violence call just based on the nature of the call. So they have different protocols based on what's coming in. But that was probably the easiest example is you have 2 domestic violence calls at the same time. You're pulling 4 officers into those 2 situations, if not more, depending on what it is. And so then that does also determine how many people they bring in from the Corps, because typically there's that interplay between them. So it's hard to answer because the situation dictates how many they're sending in based on what.
But they're
the
not
callers
just
say.
sending one Corps clinician. There's,
Well,
there's
so-
more than one.
Yeah, and so again, I think let's not leave fire out of this. So when we have a structure fire, I don't know, Dan just told me the number that we have, but we end up sending 22 out of 26 people on shift to that call. So that gives you kind of the idea of the response. If we have a medical call, again, there's a lot more than just an ambulance showing up to those medical calls. So as Mr. Dominguez said, and I apologize, Mayor, I think I went down the wrong road of your question.
No, it's fine.
Different types of responses
Yes.
require different levels of response. And so, again, a lot of that is dictated through policy and procedures. A lot of that is dictated based on the type of call. Again, you have an individual, an active shooter, you get a different response than if you have someone who shoplifted from Walmart.
Yeah.
So it is based on the type of call, is based on the type of response.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chris, thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to everyone for this very detailed presentation and walking us through all these elements. What I will say is I see the need and I would like to fund all of it. The problem is that I think even at the very small end, any change to sales tax puts us over 9%. And I see that as a very potential detriment in that if you tax at too high of a rate, oftentimes your sales tax revenue declines rather than increasing. And you run the risk of potentially hurting business, which funds the whole enchilada. So, how do we get what we need and preserve the cash cow that provides it? And I made a few suggestions. In fact, I got this topic of e-bikes has come up so much, and when Marsing and I, Councilor Marsing and I were at Coffee with Council, that was all they wanted to talk about again. But one of the constituents there sent me an email, and I thought it went to everybody, but I've forwarded it to Assistant City Manager Cedar and Chief Artis. Talking about e-bikes, because e-bikes are a drain on the police force right now. And so when there's a disproportionate use, it seems like there should be a tax for that, or a luxury tax. In this case, it's not for primary transportation, but it is a luxury. And something that New Jersey has recently done. Excuse me, it's getting late. Glasses. The State Motor Vehicle Commission in New Jersey begins scheduling appointments for registration and licensing of so-called e-bikes and their riders. It will include a helmet mandate, and you'll have a 6-month window to comply. Numerous local police agencies have warned that enforcement will begin July 19th. Under the law, all e-bikes must be registered, and some, including those capable of speeds over 20 miles per hour, must be insured. The minimum age for operation is 15, but underage operators then must also obtain a license. These are all fees. And I know this is just another task, but if these fees are reasonable and luxurious enough, they should support the people that are needed to administrate them. No special license is required if you already have a New Jersey driver's license. And anyway, they're pretty excited about it. New Jersey is one of the few states that has been pretty successful with Vision Zero, by the way. So that's one idea. I'm not saying that's going to fund the whole schematic that you have here. But I do think something that CFO Malloy and I have talked about is that we're very slowly improving with sales tax. And how do we keep that going? And we are slightly improving with use tax as people are investing more in their business. And now we have Sundance that is coming to us, which we're hoping will also bring more sales tax revenue. So I hesitate to raise the sales tax to over 9%. And from my point of view, if the council takes taxpayer dollars to put a ballot initiative out to the public, we are basically sanctioning a sales tax increase, a rate increase. So I perceive that differently in that we are sanctioning it. So, other ideas? And I want to see this all succeed because I want to see you have what you need. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Councilmember
Mayor?
Popkin. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I
Yes.
just wanted to mention, one of the things that we put into the council communication was that we did an analysis around all the different revenue options that the council brought up last time around lodging, potential, additional,
Yeah.
either the licensing for the e-motos or additional, yes, yeah.
It was in there,
gas-powered,
yes, it was.
lawnmowers and downtown parking fees and all those different pieces. And together, there were either legal issues or there was, the revenue is not substantial enough, even if all of them were combined. So I wanted for you to know that we did take a look at all of the council's suggestions for revenue increases and determined that there were different issues. Happy to go into more detail on any of those specifically, but we did take a look at all those and appreciated the brainstorming.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Two final questions, a comment, and then a motion.
Please, yes.
To literally put things into motion. Harold, can you speak briefly? You probably we haven't gotten a full budget preview yet on what to expect this year. Can you speak a little bit to give us a preview as to what you're seeing for the overall budget? Not just public safety, but overall kind of what we're seeing impacts to general fund and.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. When we look at the budget again, a lot of things have been done to municipalities in this process. So, for example, the state obliterated a lot of the revenue that was coming out of the marijuana tax, and so while council annexed to establishments, basically it's going to allow us to stay flat based on our projections.
Just cover the gap.
Because had you not done that, we would have lost a fair amount of money there. So, I mean, I've been in this long enough now that, what it is really devolution. And so when you look at that as the federal government is making cuts and the state government makes cuts, then typically what happens is then it passes it on to us to deal with. But they're also cutting our revenue. So what I would say in this case is this year's going to be tight. Based on what I said earlier, I do think when we look at what created a lot of these issues, and I'm rarely optimistic, but I think there is a point where this is going to shift itself, which is why I think the third option that we presented, I think makes sense because it gives us the ability to adjust as we're moving forward, look at additional components, still trying to hit that main piece.
Gotcha. Thank you. Teresa, Zach, one more question here. So when I looked at the presentation that you shared and digested that over the last kind of 2 months, it seems like overtime is the most expensive ongoing cost on a per position basis, both in fire and police. And so I'm just curious, as we hire more people, do we actually reduce our need for overtime?
So that's a tricky question. So ideally, yes, you would reduce it because when you look at fire, there's not so many callbacks, mandatory callbacks. When you look at police, there's not so many shifts that have to be covered based on people having to go to court, people on training, whatnot. But again, I think what we see is that things within the community drive some of that overtime. So for an example, when we add events, that the city sponsors, we're required to cover that overtime. When there are issues or issues that we have, so for an example, a few years ago when I got here, we had several gang shootings. Again, that requires additional staffing and overtime to address those issues in our community. So there are factors that we can control. And I think staffing levels does help with our overtime, but there are things that drive public safety and require a response from us that there are beyond our control at certain times. So those are just two
Yeah,
broad
so it
examples.
sounds like we can't assume there will be savings inherently, but it could, but by having a more adequate, a more sufficient staffing level that is likely to reduce the overtime need, we're just not able to project for that. Because I was looking at the financial model, Teresa, that you sent out, and like it has the new and cumulative staffing positions, the one-time and ongoing costs, but it didn't have anything for potential savings from kind of reductions in overtime.
That is correct. Because it is a hard thing to project. Over time, I mean, we do anticipate that we will see some of that savings, but it is not built into any of the numbers that we presented.
One of the biggest issues is injuries.
Sure.
And so that's a big thing that we're playing with is just you could end up a period where you have a lot of people injured, and that's
changes the
driving the
conversation.
overtime cost.
Okay. All right. Well, hearing this discussion, appreciating the discussion from fellow council, I'm going to kick this off with a motion, and if you disagree, we'll have the conversation as to which option we go with. So I'm going to motion to direct staff to pursue option 1 and bring back an ordinance and ballot language for a sales tax language as proposed in the council com.
Okay. Oh, very good. So the motion has been made for option 1 for funding public safety services with a sales tax increase. The motion was made by Councilmember Popkins, seconded by Councilmember Marcin. Okay. Are you going to speak to it? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yes, Mayor. Briefly, I just want to acknowledge I'm open to other approaches here. I also am inherently aware that sales tax increases are by definition regressive, which means they disproportionately impact people who are least well off. This is something I don't take lightly, but of all the tax increases that we ask everyone to contribute to, I think enhancing our community safety, our emergency preparedness, and our overall resilience is paramount here. And this also means that visitors and other non-residents will contribute to this too as they come through and enjoy their time in Longmont. There may be other ways to address this. I appreciated Councilmember Marcin's comments last time when we discussed this about kind of the politics of some of the other ballot measures that are at play. And look, from a safety standpoint and community resilience standpoint, I want something to pass here. And again, I'm open to other approaches to get there, but I wanted to kickstart this discussion.
Go ahead.
Can we ask a question? So
Yes.
based on that motion, is that on the 5-year option or the 10-year?
phased-
The full 10-year?
Full
Okay.
tenure, okay.
Okay.
And then I did, if you can go back to the slide on the phased approach, could that be done in tandem with 1? So if we did a phased approach but just focused on item 1, what would that look like? Or is that, no, it's not this one. There was a slide that you had, and I can't remember which one it was.
Mayor, are you saying use the split approach, but
Split
do it
approach.
all
Maybe
out
I'm
of sales
using the
tax?
wrong one.
Or half funding is what I was calling
No,
it.
it wasn't that. Sorry.
Mayor, let me just really
Yes.
quickly, if this may be helpful,
Yeah.
to finish the presentation real
Yes,
quick.
please.
So
Okay.
we talked about taking 2 approaches.
That's
One-
what it is,
One where you
yes.
would have,
Uh-huh.
all of the funding for the staff that is needed, which is
Yes.
what we presented you last time. Or the phased approach where we did half of it, understanding that we might have to go back for a second sales
Second time,
tax in
okay.
5 years. This is what that looks like, that half funding option, if you did it 100% out of sales tax or 100% out of property tax or 50-50. This is what it looks like if you also absorb some of that into the general fund. So the way I'm taking the motion, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the 10-year plan, all the public safety needs that are there.
Over the 10 years,
And doing
yes.
that with option 1, increased sales tax only. Does that sound right?
Okay, does that?
Thank you.
Does that sound, okay. Then that is my understanding as well, thank you. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to speak briefly to the motion, and I appreciate Councilmember Popkin for making it. I don't like raising taxes or asking the voters to raise taxes either, and I understand the concerns about the regressive nature of a sales tax. I think there are four things, really, that speak to me about this. Well, five things. I'll do the first one first. I don't want to do the phased approach, because the phased approach fundamentally means that we're going to have to come back again 5 years from now and ask for another tax increase, which is not something I want to do. I would rather nip this in the bud, solve the problem as we see it, and move forward so that we as a council can begin addressing our needs as a community. So that's the first thing. Second thing is it matches the existing structure of how we fund the public safety fund. When I think about how we are going to effectively get this thing passed, I think the more voters understand what they're voting on, the fewer changes we make, the simpler the process is. That's the biggest thing. So it's probably cleaner politically because of that as well versus, 8.13 mils. I also am mindful of the way, the property tax piece is pretty substantial. It actually would be significantly higher than the other property tax measure that is planning to come to the ballot at the county level. It's about twice that. This would be about twice the burden that we would be putting on versus ECE. So that's the third piece. And then I want to speak briefly to the regressive piece of this. I don't think there is anything more universal and shared than the need for a quality public safety department. When you pick up the phone and call 911, I think folks expect you to get good quality service. And that is a shared community need. I don't love sales taxes ever. But when it is something that is funding a shared community benefit that we all, especially folks who are, on the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum, actually do benefit from, probably more than folks at the top, that is something that I think is a reasonable use of our of sales tax. So I think this is the right way to do it. I think we put it in the voters' hands. We explain our needs to them, and we say, look, this is why, this is where we've been, this is where we need to go. And we trust them to do the job, and I think that they will. I think that they will fund our fire department, fund our police department, fund the core needs that we have in the community, and I am looking forward to moving this forward. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. Do I believe that this is needed? Absolutely. It makes me nervous that the communities to our east, excuse me, are growing their retail business establishments. And I'm nervous if we press too hard that it's going to have people go across the invisible boundary and shop in other jurisdictions if our sales tax becomes too high. I also am nervous, and I don't know if staff can answer this or not, of the stability if we're relying everything on sales tax. Isn't it more stable to do some property tax because we know what to expect year over year versus sales tax is volatile depending on the market?
Councilmember Kalkofer, property tax is a more stable revenue stream.
Yeah, so for me, I would be leaning towards the 50-50 split because we can plan for it better over time. And we're not, looking every budget cycle on how much we're potentially going to make on sales tax. And if we lose some sales because people can save a little bit of money, driving 10, 15 minutes away, I'm more in favor of the 50-50 split.
I agree with Councilmember Kalkofer. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. CFO Malloy, are all of our local businesses paid up on their sales tax?
Paid up?
Yeah, or are they in arrears on sales tax that they owe?
We do have some that we are chasing collections on.
Okay. Do you want to share what level of amount that would be? Generally, just eyeball.
If I had to guess at this point, I would say it's somewhere in the neighborhood of probably $300,000.
Okay. So, Since some businesses are in distress with sales tax collection, I'm wondering if we could also put this out to the impact committee to talk to businesses about a sales tax. Additionally, I agree with Councilman Kolkoffer in that I think, and also with you, CFO Malloy, about, when you pay property tax, you see it once a year. But when sales tax, it's like every purchase, so it can be quite a burden. So I would be more in favor of a 50-50 split, and I think it would go over easier on the public and on our local businesses.
Councilmember Prieto.
I have a lot running through my head. So I'm in favor of the full sales tax. I'm just a little bit hesitant as to just knowing that the sales tax impacts our lower income residents more so than the higher income earners. I have a quick question that I didn't think to ask before tonight's meeting, so I apologize. I know like the county does their sales tax, and if I'm not mistaken, it's on like non-essential items. Is that correct? Maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of somewhere else.
Grocery tax.
Where?
Grocery tax.
Grocery tax, yeah. And so they don't have a grocery tax, is that right? Or
Well, we do.
we do, yes. So I guess my question is there a way that we could tax like non-basic need items, non-groceries, are we not set up with a system like that?
I think the challenge would be our existing tax does not exempt groceries. And so layering in an increase in that tax would be a challenge then if we were to exempt groceries from the new portion.
Okay, thank you. Just a wild idea. It might be the time of night, I'm not sure. But I am for the sales tax. I am a little bit split. I can see the language on the ballot for people who are opposed to the increase, saying we're going to be one of the highest sales tax, one of the cities with the highest sales tax that there is. And so I can see that really discouraging a lot of voters from voting for it. But so just to give you my position, I'm for doing the 10 years, but I also am definitely interested in looking at the split just to see where our needs are, and then maybe ballot language could say we're wanting to do this time period, reevaluate, and then bring it back to the voters should additional funding be needed. I think in any future planning within an organization and funding, positions, programs, I do think 10 years is too far. I think just naturally in organizations when you're planning, but 5 years does seem reasonable. So I'm for the 10-year, and I'm for the 5-year, and I'm for the full sales tax. So however my council wants to go on that.
Okay. Councilmember Popkin.
Oh, I didn't see another mic on, so I was going to
Yeah.
make a motion just to call the question and just to
Yeah.
see kind of what the pulse is. But if
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem McCoy wants to comment, I'd gladly defer before I make it.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that Councilmember Kolkoffer has kind of nailed it on the head. I think we have to be careful with this, and I think the 50-50 split is the best option here for this situation. I've listened to all of your questions and the responses, and I think that the best way to attack this is to make sure that we don't have folks going to that, as Councilmember Kolkoffer said, to that invisible line across I-25 or whatever, and then forgetting about not that they still need the safety aspect of our community in place and how it's funded. I think we need to go with the 10-year to Councilmember Marzin's point of view. I think that's certainly the safest. We've got to get we've got to get to a point where we've got the community. Once you get the community behind you, you don't want to start doing it every 5 years. It's a kind of something that we really need to impress. That's kind of one and done, and not one and a half and done, or some sort of
Yes,
thing.
yeah.
So that's why I think if you were willing to change your approach
Well,
and everything, then
yeah.
then I would support that
Okay.
motion.
I would say let's go ahead and vote on this one and then make it a second motion if this does not pass. But I think we've exhausted.
Quickly.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I will just mention very quickly that I think we all want this thing to pass, right? That whatever we refer, we want this thing to pass. I will share with this council, and I guess with the public, that part of my consideration in support of a sales tax is based on some of the work that I've been doing with the Early Childhood Initiative that's coming forward and some of the polling that I've seen. Additionally, that points to the public being, I think, certainly more receptive to sales taxes generally than what I would have expected. I can't really speak more about it because that information is kind of outside of the scope of my work on
Yeah.
council.
Mhm.
But I think that's important edification for us. So
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and vote, and then we'll make another motion if this does not pass. Is it, okay, so this option one has failed with myself, Councilmember Christ, Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, and Councilmember Kalkofer in opposition. And yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move the option number 3 that we discussed, that is basically the 50/50
Yes. Okay.
choice,
I
and
will-
not the general fund, but
Number 3, funding public safety services and with a mix of sales and property
Correct.
tax. And I will second that.
For the 10-year option or the 5-year option?
10-year option. Okay, Councilmember Popkin?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Super briefly. So the reason I started with the sales tax before was just because I thought it was the simplest and clearest. And when we're talking about ballot language, and this will come up in the next discussion that we're about to have, simplicity is often, and clarity is often king. I don't think this is beyond understanding with a 50-50 split here, but I do want us to make sure that whatever we do put forward is clear, simple, and able to achieve what we're trying to do.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and vote. See no one else in the queue.
I do have a comment, Mayor.
Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. Do you have a question, comment?
Just a quick comment.
Can you wait until the council comments, please? This is out of order. Okay, thank you. We are now on to, you got everything you needed from us, right? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now we're on to general business, item B, discussion and direction regarding ranked choice voting and possible referral of a ballot question for 2026. Wow, you guys have some serious stamina. I'm impressed. You are determined, thank you. Okay, so. Okay, are you going to have a presentation? Okay.
Mayor, we have a very brief presentation.
Okay.
We certainly won't belabor any points that have already been made.
Yes.
Tonight. Tim's over there. Hey, Tim. No, you're good. As long as he's here at a mic, we're good.
You wanted me to be Eugene, so
I'm clicking this way. So I just wanted to make a couple quick points. We're here because you gave us this direction to bring something back for discussion back in May. on May 26th of this year. Additionally, because this is coming back at a timeline that's so close to needing to set ballot titles, we just want to acknowledge that we took a leap forward without your direction to create options for you to respond to. Didn't necessarily have your direction to draft these ordinances in this way, but we felt like it might help the discussion move through more quickly to give you something to respond to.
Yes.
So these certainly don't represent all the options there possibly are. We just wanted to give you a slate of options to get the conversation going. You know the timeline already. We've got to get ordinances adopted by August 25th in order to attain the November ballot, if that is our goal. Just a reminder, we sit in 2 jurisdictions. We are in Boulder County and Weld County, the purple arrow being the county line. The charter, Article 2 of the charter, sets forth many details about our elections, including when we hold them, who is elected, that we're nonpartisan, and also defines our wards. The next elections we will have in 2027, based on the staggering set forth in the Charter 3.6, if I'm not mistaken. In November 2027, you'll see we have mayor, 1 at large, ward 1 and 3, and in 2029 would be the rest of them, mayor, 2 at large, and ward 2. Current method used is plurality voting, where the first guy across the line wins. There's no surprises there. There are many other options, lots of alternative methods. We've learned lots about alternative election methods, but the one you asked us to bring back was ranked choice voting. And I'm not going to go into detail about what that is, how it works. Definitely not going to talk about tabulation, because we've already talked enough about that. The 2 main points we want to make, the 2 primary types of ranked choice voting are instant runoff voting for single winner contests where there are 3 or more candidates. There is certified equipment for this in the state of Colorado, and in fact, Boulder elected its last mayor using ranked choice voting. We all know that. A single transferable vote is for multi-winner contests, so where you have 2 or more vacancies, where you would vote for 2 or more. And there's not currently certified equipment in Colorado for for a single transferable vote in a multi-jurisdiction situation, which is where we are. So I just want to put those details on the table. This is a graphic. I'm just going to, if you want to look at this more, it's on Boulder County's website. That's where I stole it from. I'm trying to go fast.
Yes.
So we put options in your packet. We provided 2 ordinances. You certainly have multiple other options besides what we've put forth here. Option 1 would be to do nothing, of course, make no changes. Option 2 is drafted in the ordinance in your packet. I'm just going to read that option. Says, beginning in November 2027, the elective officers of the city of Longmont shall be elected using a ranked voting method as defined in the Colorado Revised Statutes, as long as certified equipment is available and rules have been promulgated by the Colorado Secretary of State for said ranked voting method. In the absence of equipment certified by the Colorado Secretary of State or applicable rules promulgated by the Colorado Secretary of State, any contest may be conducted using the plurality voting method. I do want to point out, this doesn't adjust terms or stagger or any type of representation, but the way that is worded allows for ranked voting methods as defined in Colorado Revised Statutes. Those are instant runoff vote and single transferable vote. Those are defined in statute and allowable, would be allowed under this method. Option 3, A or B, kind of went out there with B, but just wanted to give you some options again. 3A is another ordinance in your packet, does virtually the same, allows ranked choice voting, instant runoff, and single transferable vote, and adjusts the stagger of those terms so that in one election would be mayor and the ward seats up for election, and in the other, 2 years later, would be the mayor and the 3 at-large seats done all at once using single transferable vote. So those are the options we've placed before you. We also threw a wild one out there that you could redistrict and just create 6 wards and not have any at large, and that would be one. The converse could also be true. You could get rid of the wards and do all at large. There's multiple options.
Nothing, yeah, and
no wedding planning. It is 12:05. Tim, did I miss anything from your perspective critical that you want them to know? With that, we will take your direction and questions.
Okay.
However quickly you'd like to move.
Before I start calling on folks, for in the area of option 3, where there's really 2 parts to it, I would like to see this separated out into 2 ballot questions. I'm just saying what I'd like. I'm not saying this is it, but if the rest of council agrees, we can move forward in that. So sparse it out where we are voting for ranked choice voting with, but then with the multi-winner, that only be activated once the Secretary of State has, once it's all codified that we can pursue with that type of election. The second part would be a second ballot item would be the restaggering of, so it would be item A. Now, because, if we bring it forward this election, my recommendation would be to have a date of implementation be in 2029 rather than 2027, so that the city, so we can do our due diligence with education. So this fall, people would be voting. In the event it passes, it gives us 2 years to educate, to get everything that we need in order, so we have clarity, for residents have clarity as they move forward in voting. So that's the perspective I'm coming in with. Now I'm going to open it up to the rest of council. And then, did we lose Kalkoffer?
No, he's right there.
Where'd he go? There you are. Hey. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I like your thinking there. I think that having experienced the wedding planning of this council, oh my goodness, so many times, that I think that we want to get the language right here. It has, I'm still concerned about some things, putting things on ballots from our perspective that we don't have a deed to, and that we aren't getting some sort of thing like we just discussed with the safety, a universal sort of approach to what the community wants. This is something that I just don't feel very comfortable about. And I know people say, well, we did this in other cases. We probably shouldn't do that in cases where we just put something on. I think there's value to the community getting that's supportive of this, getting those signatures. We see that with other groups. And I'll hold my nose and support that, but I really think that the mayor is on to where we need to go, because I'm afraid that we have some things that really need to be worked out so that it's done right. If we're going to the mayor's point, want to be the ones that are getting the language right, then we need to have the time to get that language right. It's critical.
Thank you. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank everybody here for sticking it out. Holy cow. This is awesome. Good morning, by the way. So I completely understand the logic of splitting them, of splitting the 3A questions. It makes sense theoretically. Here's my issue with it. What happens if they approve the stagger but not RCV? So
the whole thing's void.
No,
Well, no,
because
isn't-
one would
I
we would change our terms and then we wouldn't have RCV to show for it. That's a theoretical possibility. If the voters chose to do that, yeah, if the voters chose to do that, they could. I think I think that is not something I'm personally comfortable with, because I think the intent of changing the stagger is the proportional representation piece that we're looking for, versus in an RCV method. If we were to go with 3A, fine. Oh boy. Councilmember Kristen and I will fight it out over Ward 1. No, I think, so my preference would actually be to leave 3A intact because voters are, I have seen a number of times where at the state level, the state will put two questions on the ballot, the intention of them being that they pass together or that one is preferred over the other, and the one that was not preferred winds up passing and the one that did. I just think there's an unintended consequence there that doesn't actually get us where we're trying to go if we were to move forward with that. I know that is not the solution that some advocates would like to see. I do worry about that as a potential outcome. So my preference would be to keep 3A as is right now. And this room, frankly, I think the conversation tonight about proportional representation has been really good. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. I want to hear the discussion, and I'll come back for my second time.
Okay. And then the other option too, we do not have to, in one single vote, say we want ranked choice voting and item A, but we tonight can vote individually on each one. So if you choose to support ranked choice voting on the ballot, item 3, you could vote yes on that, and I'm hoping I'm making sense right now at this late hour. And then the second vote would be whether or not to adjust the restaggering of terms. Does that make sense? We would be voting 2 votes.
We vote differently, but it's one question?
No, it's going to be 2 questions on the ballot, but tonight, if you want to vote on option 3, without the separation. So you can vote, okay. It is getting late. So the referring ranked choice voting to the ballot, that's going to be one question that we would ask and vote on in one vote. The second vote would be whether or not we want to add the adjusted terms for the seats on the ballot.
Mayor.
So does that, yes,
If I
does
might-
that, yeah, help me out here.
I think option 3 has it and one question.
okay,
And what we've
so
heard is that to
it
split
would
that
be
into
then
2
option
questions.
2, option
So
2.
if that is the council's preference, we would like that direction.
Yes.
One question or 2.
Okay.
That, if you like 3A.
Okay, so I see
we
what
need
you're
to
talking
know-
about. For purposes tonight, you
Because we
want
need to
us-
know what to draft and bring back.
Okay, got it. Never
Well,
mind. I was
or
trying to make
amend.
it so people could sparse it out. Never mind. Councilmember Prieto.
All right, guys, don't throw your signs at me. So this is where I stand in RCV. I don't believe that ranked choice voting is the solution to bringing greater representation alone, right? I think there's a lot of other areas we need to work on to actually achieve that fully, if that is the desire. And so if RCV comes to Longmont, I would encourage all the RCV advocates to continue doing that work and not just rely on this system alone to bring that representation, because there's a lot of other things at play. It feels a little bit premature and half-baked at this point. In addition, this is not a part of our council priorities, which is a question I always ask myself. Is this what we talked about when talking about council priorities? We just had a public safety conversation, and we only have so much funding and staff capacity to put our energy toward, and this is not something that was on our radar when we got together and talked about the needs of the community. But it's gonna require a little bit of effort to actually put it forward, and so just something to think about there. Let's see. I just, in general, don't feel like this is an appropriate time to implement RCV, given that there are only 2 other cities using it for the full council here in Colorado. I feel a little bit uncomfortable being that guinea pig, because there's a lot at stake. But with all that being said, I also feel like the community should decide what they want. So I am gonna vote in favor of 3, what is it?
Item 2?
Item 3A.
Well, we don't.
No, I know, but I'm saying like that's
So
where I'm headed.
So item 2 is to refer a ballot question to the November 3rd, 2026 ballot regarding a charter amendment implementing ranked choice voting methods for city council elections. The item 3 is then where we would go to instant runoff or single transferable vote, that multi-winner, as well as staggering the terms and redistricting.
So yes,
So two?
So I'm in
Two.
favor of referring it to the ballot for the people to choose what they want. Again, just things for our community to think about is this where we want to put our time and energy right now when we have so many other needs? And then if we do it, then let's just do it as one whole question is my preference, Dawn. Just to say, hey, this is what we want to implement and this is the best way to do it. By doing all the at-large with mayor and then all the wards with mayor.
At 2029 startup date?
And the 2020.
Okay.
Can I just make one more comment?
Yes. I'll let you finish your time.
Okay,
He hasn't
thank you.
reset you.
And I think it's helpful, the 2029, because it did worry me a little bit about, this wasn't something that we budgeted. It does allow for more time for us to get the word out and communicate to voters exactly what RCV is. And so I'm hoping this rolls out smoothly, and I'm hoping that I'm wrong if it passes. And so I'm excited to see what it could bring, but I do feel uncomfortable personally, but that's my personal preference. We'll see what the community thinks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. First, y'all are champs, whether you are for or against this, whether you have a sign or don't have a sign, and whether you're here for the cruise night or for RCV. Thank you for sticking it out. We see you, appreciate it. Tim, just a quick question for you. Since there's an explicit stagger, with the stagger question, there's an explicit impact on the Ward 2 position. Do I need to, is there an ethics potential issue here if I cast a vote on this, or is this because this is referring to a future term that I have no legal right to claim at this moment? Does that not apply? I just need to know if I can vote on this right now, on the stagger.
Mayor, members of council, Jim Hall, Assistant City Attorney. A couple thoughts. One, under Council Rules Procedure 7, council members individually make the first determination as to whether they have a conflict, and so that determination is for you. I'd also note that this is a ordinance to send a question to the electorate. The electorate would be the final decision maker on any actual impact, which would be a pretty significant buffer between you and any potential conflict. Furthermore, it would have an impact on a future term, not your current term, and so it wouldn't be impacting your current role. It'd be impacting whoever happens to be sitting in that role in the future, which presumably you hope to be you, but it could be somebody else. I don't believe so.
Yeah, thank you. Does council feel like I need to recuse myself from this discussion?
No.
Okay, just wanted to double check before we dive in.
No.
Okay, then I have 10 minutes of comments. No, just kidding.
3 minutes.
First of all, I don't think we've seen this, again, whether you're for or against, I don't think we've seen this level of enthusiasm in turnout for some of these conversations in a council meeting in a while, and in fact, in all of the time I've been here. Last time a number of signs were held up consistently, it was for Apartmont or against Apartmont. So appreciate the enthusiasm here. I do think that voter education overall is important, again, regardless of what voting system we have, and over time I think we've been taking that for granted, and so I really, really appreciate the passion and the thoughtfulness that's gone into not just the conversation tonight, but in over the course of the last year, really, here in Longmont on this topic. I think right now, just to speak to some of the concerns I heard on this. Dawn, just correct me if I'm wrong, but Longmont municipal elections are currently nonpartisan. And does any of this language proposed change that nonpartisan nature of this election, of the elections?
It does not.
Okay, so that would stay consistent here and allow us to continue to treat this party agnostic.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And multi-winner, I think you spoke to this, is not possible at this time under either approach, right? So even if 3A was approved by council tonight, sent to the ballot and approved there, we couldn't implement the multi-winner aspect of that until the state had authorized sanctioned equipment that could run that across jurisdictions, right?
Correct.
Okay. I've heard a lot of arguments in favor of this. I've heard a few arguments against. I am inclined to do this right, and so I appreciate, Mayor, your suggestion at the beginning on both respects. I would lean towards the 2029 implementation as the target start at earliest, and I would also, I would personally lean towards splitting these into separate topics as well. And part of the reason is I actually think there is a benefit. If ranked choice voting doesn't pass and the stagger does pass, it still makes this a clearer process. Putting all three, honestly, campaigning when there were 2 at-large seats and the Ward 2 seat this past fall, I had to explain, like, no, I'm not running against this person. I'm running in this race. And it allows people to have, okay, this cycle I'm voting for my ward representative. This cycle I'm voting at large. And so there's just a clarity that comes with that. And you know, there's a little bit of a hiccup in like the adjustment to get that on track, but I actually like that sense that it's a little elegant in aligning that. It makes it clearer, and clarity, I think, is key again for voters, regardless of the system. And then people can really vote on the ranked choice topic and not be wondering and getting confused about the stagger topic as well. That would be my inclination. Would be to split those and then to do it with the opportunity for multi-winner once we have that. I think clarity is key for our ballot measures, and so combining those makes me hesitant, especially when we know there's gonna be multiple other topics on the ballot. You know, this wasn't a council priority, but also we don't set the voting rules for the community. The community decides on that. And I did have this in my platform when I campaigned last year. I had many, many, many residents who asked me about my position on ranked choice voting when I was running. And so I think that's really important.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Councilmember
Perfect.
Popkin,
Yes.
might I just clarify? It seems like you said 3A, but you didn't say exactly 3A. Just want to make sure. You're in favor of 3A?
3A.
Three, yes, oh, yep. Can't do that, yep.
Well, 3A wasn't the split. Well, like wasn't
You want to
splitting
split
the
the
question.
questions,
I want to split.
but you
I
like
like
3A.
splitting the question for clarity's sake.
Yeah,
And then
that.
I guess yes. Otherwise, it was 3A
With
of-
this restagger. Gotcha.
with the restagger. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. John, do you want us to have a vote or just give a verbal, I'm coming down, just give a verbal? Or do we want, yeah.
We do need a
okay,
vote.
We do, okay. That's what I wanted to make sure, because I heard, yeah.
I'm keeping track.
Are we going to rank it?
Of
Okay.
those in favor of split.
Got it, okay. Councilmember Marcy.
Councilmember Christ does she need to
No,
go? Okay.
you were the next
Okay.
one in the queue.
Well, I do have a motion, but
Oh.
do you want me to wait, Mayor, or?
Yeah, did you want to comment, or do you have a motion as well? Oh, you have questions. So let's
I'll
let
wait.
her do the questions and then, okay.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Dawn. I'm looking at the fiscal impact, and it seems like annually it would increase the cost of the election by $7,000. But I guess what I wasn't clear on this, and maybe I just didn't see it where I was looking for it, is how much does it cost to put this on the ballot?
Mayor Hidalgo Ferring, Councilmember Christ, the clerk's office has an annual budget of $93,000 to cover the cost of our regular election. We also hold that budget in off-election years, such as 2026, in case we need a special election after the regular election. That is our normal budget amount. We have requested in the 2027 budget, in anticipation of these conversations, an additional $100,000 for the cost of the election. That is based off the information that we heard from Boulder County Clerk and Recorder when they presented earlier this year, with a little padding just in case, because you just never know, with an additional $50,000 for the voter education campaign. So an additional $150,000 might be a little bit high, but I don't think it'll be low.
Okay. Now, we have more than one ballot initiative. So is 93,000 cover as many as we want to put on there, or?
93 in terms of the current election costs.
Yeah.
You mean, yeah. 93,000 has been enough to cover our election costs so far. We keep a close eye. There was one year when we went over, but we had some carryover. So yes.
Okay. I do,
No.
I'm not sure that people need to win with a majority. I'm looking at all of the counselors here next to me, and I don't know if anybody made 50% in their election. Excuse me. Yeah.
Councilmember
You should get a
Chris.
star for that or something. Yes,
Could I
ma'am.
just clarify one more detail? Tim chimed in. The cost of the election is based on, there's not an incremental per item cost that we put on the ballot, but the space that we take up on the ballot, we're charged for that. So the more questions takes up more space.
And if we
That
separate,
does
then we
increase
have,
cost.
yeah, okay.
It's hard to estimate at this point, but so far, with all the questions we've had over the years, we've been good
Okay.
with our amount.
Oh, okay. And then I think, it's funny when we were talking about the earlier ballot issues regarding the rec center and what have you. Somebody forwarded to me an editorial that Gordon Pedro had written in 2023 when that was on the ballot. And he talked about how it was a want versus a need. And that's how I feel about this initiative. It's a want. I don't know if it's a need. And I feel like I would like to have a little bit more of a impetus from the rest of our city to say that they really want this. I know, you all have been very enthusiastic and have stayed with this all throughout the election. But going out and knocking on doors and getting signatures is another way to educate the public. And it's also another way to find out, does 80% of the population want this? Rather than put it on the ballot and find out that maybe it was a want and not a need, and people weren't that interested in maybe participating in it. I will also comment, just because I have the microphone, that it is sometimes very hard to get elected as a female. And relate to the three of us here. And one of the reasons why it is so hard is because we just don't get as much funding. We just don't get the dollars. I don't know why. And I also want to put this out. I wish this could correct that. I'm not sure it will, because I think it's an economic situation, not a choice situation. I don't think it's... And I also want to say that I think women are more encouraged to drop out rather than to participate when there is maybe a split that could happen, because the males tend to take a lot of the funds. I want to point out, just because we're in election year, and here we go again, Colorado is one of the few states, in fact, the only state, if you look at all the states that surround us, every other state around us has had a female governor, but we never have. But we consider ourselves a progressive state. So what is that about? And is ranked choice voting going to take us in that positive direction, or is it going to be more of the same, where honestly it just becomes more of a sausage party? I'm sorry to say that, but it's after midnight, so you get my true feelings. I am in favor of option one because I'm just not ready to vote for this.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalkoffer and then Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make it super quick. I'm in favor of 3A split.
Okay. As am I. So- As am
Councilmember
I.
Kalkoffer.
And what about the 2029 start date? Yes.
3A split 2029.
Yes. Okay. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. If you'll indulge me, to wrap this up here, I want to share a little quote that has really helped encapsulate my thinking on this, how this conversation has evolved over the last several months. And it's a quote that says, "I am not an advocate for frequent changes in laws and constitutions, but laws and institutions must go hand in hand with the progress of the human mind. Institutions must advance also and keep pace with the times. We might as well require a man to still wear the coat which fitted him when he was a boy, as civilized society is to remain ever under the regimen of their barbarous ancestors." Those are not the words of a progressive activist or Zoran Mamdani or even noted communist sympathizer Dylan Rankin, who we heard from earlier tonight. Those are the words of Thomas Jefferson. in a letter in 1816 to a friend, speaking about the charge that we have as the carriers of this democracy to make change and to adjust our systems. RCV, I think, is a natural evolution for us as a local democracy in doing that. This is one person, one vote. This is one person, one vote, one person, one more effective vote in terms of the fundamental principle of RCV. The opponents of RCV, I'm going to tell the folks that have come and opposed it, your vote will count more in an RCV system than it does in our current elections today. That is just the reality of it. It will count more. That is the mathematical reality. This empowers our local democracy. With that said, I know you're all with me now. I'm going to lose you here in a second. I am in favor of splitting and 3A split. I do not love or see the straight benefit of the stagger without RCV tied to it. I disagree with Councilmember Popkin there. So what I would like to move is that we move forward with option 3A split, but with a piece that the stagger ballot question, that stagger ballot question being enacted is contingent on the passage of the RCV measure. And I'm just now thinking about this and asking whether that is doable, because that is where I would like to go. If we can say this is only effective if this measure passes.
So we need our legal, yeah. Okay.
Mayor, members of council, so I can see two ways of doing this. One way is to just put it into the charter that it only goes into effect. I think that could create some complexities in how we draft the language, particularly if ranked choice vote. If we have like a kind of sleeper provision in the charter that ranked choice voting only comes in 15 years down the line, how do we figure out the stagger then? The way I have drafted it now assumes a point in time, and we just go forward in that point in time. The other way, I have not researched this question, so I don't know this for certain. I believe you could draft the ballot question itself to be conditional on the passage of the ranked choice voting question as well. I'd have to come back with that answer. That would be my preference.
If we were to move forward with that second, because I think that would be my preference as well, is the title language is conditional on the first. If we were to move forward with that tonight and say that's the direction we would like to go, theoretically, when the ordinance comes back for the actual referral, could we make a change if you find out, Tim, in your research that that is not actually what we need to do? Could we move forward with this tonight and say we want contingent? If you find out in your research that that's not possible, we can make that change later.
We can always bring an ordinance on first reading, and you can make a change to it before passage on second reading.
So yes would be the answer to that question. Okay, then that would be my motion and my preference.
Okay. I do want to point out, and so I think, as in the context of this conversation for us as policymakers, I've heard comments, and not from here, but, just publicly, we're looking at it from a political standpoint, and, just points that were brought up were based on politics. And for us and our consideration, I really want us to focus on the policy aspect of it. And so I did pull up an article from the American Bar Association, What We Want to Know About Ranked Choice Voting, updated for 2025. And in reading that, review, so the authors did conclude that based on published empirical research reviewed, RCV is associated with higher voter turnout, more civil campaigns, candidates with broader electoral support, increased voter engagement, greater satisfaction with democracy, and there hasn't been, based on their findings, no strong evidence that voters are broadly confused by the system. So I think moving forward, I think it would be wise for us to consider that 2029, and it sounded like we're all in consensus with that, 2029 startup date, to really ensure that proper educational piece. So that voters aren't confused and we're making the best well-informed decisions. And, I've heard about all the splitting of the vote and things like that. Quite frankly, I would not want to be here if I knew that only a small portion of the community wants me here. I would be okay to hand the gavel on to somebody who our community really wants to see in this space. So I mean, that's my personal point of view. So I want us to look beyond the whole political piece and really focus on the policy aspects, as well as what is driven by community. The positive side of us bringing this forward is that we set the language. We are able to know what staff capacity is. And that's, through this effort, through us doing this, we're able to say, hey, we're going to start at 2029 rather than a ballot or petition. It's called, the shots are called, the language is set, and we are obligated then to comply. So it gives us a little more, it gives us a little more guidance on this issue.
Point of clarification, Mayor. I did have that was a motion at the end of my.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Because I was hearing people like, this is what I want, this is what I want.
Yeah, I did make it as a motion.
Well, let's see. So use option 3A.
With 3A split 2029, contingent on with ideally the adoption of the stagger being contingent on the passage of RCV.
I'll second that. Councilmember Popkin.
Okay, so we're on the motion now.
Yes.
I can get behind this. I think it's, I think there is a benefit if the stagger passes and RCV doesn't. It's minor, but it's clarity. It's a simpler cycle. There's a hiccup in how we kind of switch to that, but once you switch those railroad tracks, it's a clear, hey, this election cycle is at large, this election cycle is for the ward positions. That's pretty straightforward. In fact, that's easier to understand than our current system, if that were to pass. And so I see a benefit there. You quoted Jefferson, so I'll quote Hamilton.
I quoted the American
Alexander Hamilton, not the musical. I'm quoting what he actually wrote. Please, you think I like musicals? Alexander Hamilton wrote, "In a choice of evils, let them take the least. Jefferson is in every view less dangerous than Burr." I don't think people, what I have heard consistently for over a decade is people are frustrated when they have to pick the lesser of two evils. And ranked choice voting allows people to vote for who they genuinely prefer and then not have to think about gaming the system and as much and being able to express their preferences down the ballot across the candidates that are offered to them. I like the freedom that offers to people. I like the preference and ability that offers, and the messages that sends not only to voters but to the elected officials who are elected through that process. It's a different process. Voter education is going to be really important for this. I will. Trying to think if I'm voting against this motion or not. You put me in a bind.
Just do it. Just do it.
I don't want it to be conditional. I think there's a benefit either way.
I'd hate for you to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Sorry. Spoke out of turn. So,
Can I speak to the why?
Please speak to the why, because I'm not following why it has to be conditional. Because if people are able, he hasn't spoken on the motion. If people are able, he hasn't spoken on the motion. If people are able to follow the language of the ballot of the two questions, I don't really understand why there is a harm if it is conditional. And so I guess that would be the challenge to you, Councilmember Marson, at this ungodly, beautifully morning hour.
Oh my God. Yeah, and so for my sanity's sake, and just clarity. This is your first time speaking on the motion that's active motion on the table. Councilmember Marcin.
I'll speak only to the contingency, and I'll speak once on this, Mayor. The reason for me, and there are two reasons. First of all, I'm an institutionalist and sentimental by nature. I think the way that Longmont has conducted these elections for a long time is a way that a lot of our residents understand these cycles to go. I think the hiccup is not as small as I think you maybe frame it as in terms of the change, because I think somebody on this council or two people on this council with the stagger get shortchanged, right? You're the one, so there you go. What I will say in terms of the practical reason is I actually view it a little differently, and I'll use this last election cycle as that reason. I think because you had to run in an election that was otherwise an at-large cycle, I learned a heck of a lot more about the challenges Ward 2 is facing than I otherwise would have. I learn a heck of a lot more. I will learn a heck of a lot more 2 years from now about the issues that Ward 1 is facing and Ward 3 is facing when those elections come up. I really like having neighborhood issues, smaller, more community-based issues involved in the broader conversation in every election cycle. Because I think 2 years is a long time and neighborhood needs change and community needs change. Yes, it's simpler to say this is the at-large year, this is the ward year. Sure it is, but I think you lose the community and neighborhood elements, for example, that I would not have heard nearly as much about in the campaign had that Ward 2 seat not been up. So that's like the practical reason. I do think that the ward representation every single cycle is potentially very valuable, and I would not love losing that. So I'm willing to lose it if we get the benefit of full RCV. I'm not willing to lose it if we don't, and that's where I'm at.
And I would hate to see this go down over an issue that's not really related to ranked choice voting itself, but just another system as a whole. Yeah, so I just had to get that out. Seeing no one else in the queue, we have a motion on the table made by Councilmember Marcin. I seconded it.
Can we repeat that, please?
So, go ahead.
I was just going to restate the motion.
Yes.
To pass option 3A, splitting the question into two questions, with the staggering question being contingent upon passage of ranked choice voting passing.
And going into the effect.
And going into effect in 2029.
He didn't say that, but, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So,
just because it's almost 1 a.m.
Yeah, let's go ahead and vote. Oh, you cannot see. That's right. Okay, I'm all waiting over here. Yes. So all those in favor, say aye. Aye. 1, 2. So we have, okay, and hands down. Oh, wait, Councilmember Kalkofer had his hand up as well. He says yay. Okay, and then all those opposed. Okay, so that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Is that all you got? Okay, thank you.
That's all we need at the moment.
Now we are on to, and thank you so much for our car club people, request for city sponsorship for Longmont Cruise Night on July 25th. So you all, you put in your books, July 25th, Longmont Cruise Night. I'm going to grab my chair and plot myself by a food truck.
Calendar's filling.
Yes, it is. Okay. Oh my God.
Hello, Mayor.
Yeah. I have seen in examples where it has actually, like people who don't have an electronic are able to get out there if they have a good message. So, yes. So,
Yeah, because
okay.
Hello,
Sandy
Mayor.
Cedar, yes, go ahead.
Sandy Cedar, Assistant City
Yes.
Manager.
I'm like, who are you?
I'm the one that manages the city-sponsored event program.
Thank you.
And so what you have in front of you tonight is a request for city sponsorship for Longmont Cruise Night on July 25th, which is next Saturday. And so the request coming from several car club presidents basically is to allow, number one, allow cruising officially, to help with some of the promotions, to provide some porta potties, which would be about $850, and some public safety presence. We have met with Chief Artis and his team, and they plan for that anyway, to have a presence during cruise night. And this is very beneficial because they'll know when it is this time instead of it necessarily popping up and having to find overtime. So this is a way for them to be able to plan that response. So because of that, the staff basically said that the cost of cruise night would be $4,340. Practically, though, it's only $850 for the porta potties because public safety staff does already absorb this in their budgets today. So those are the requests. They also asked if you were willing to do 1 year or 1 month, that maybe you would be willing to do 3 months through the summer as a pilot program for 2 years to offer this. So those are the options in front of council tonight.
Okay. So option 1, approve the city sponsorship of cruise night with the 2-year pilot of summer cruising. And it would be the last Saturday of the month starting in May May, June, July, and August. And then, or option 2, approve the city sponsorship of cruise night only. That would be the July 25th event. Or option 3, do not approve city sponsorship. So Councilmember Prieto, do you have a motion for us?
I just want to make a
Statement
clarification.
and
then I'll motion to approve. And just some clarification for council, the other months are not, I don't anticipate us needing as much support from the city. I think those are going to be just casual cruise nights, but we'll see how it goes. We're going to reevaluate. I say we. Well, the city and the club presidents will reevaluate to see how everything goes, see what additional city support is needed, if any. And with that being said, I move to, what is it,
Option 1, approve city sponsorship with the 2-year pilot.
I move to approve the city sponsorship with the 2-year pilot.
Okay.
It's tired.
I know. So the motion has been made by Councilmember Chris to approve option 1, the city sponsorship of cruise night. What did I say? What did Crystal? No. Oh, see, it's getting late. I'm like, yeah, you. I'm like, at least I didn't call you Councilmember Popkin or something.
Thank you. Oh my God, I would have been so glad.
Yeah. I apologize. Councilmember Prieto made the motion for option 1, approve the city sponsorship of cruise night and the 2-year pilot of summer cruising, and it has been seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. I see a couple of folks in the queue. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. And really, thank you to Councilmember Prieto for bringing this forward and for advocating with the car clubs and really helping emphasize a part of our culture and our community that has been lost for a long time. With that said, I just want to clarify for the public, this does not permanently lift the cruising ordinance, correct? This is a celebration of car culture in our community, of the cruising culture that helped found this community, but it does not lift the ordinance. Although, as I've learned a lot this week about the cruising ordinance, it's never actually been officially in effect because we've never had a no cruise plan. So is that all correct? That it doesn't lift the ordinance, but practically we're going to celebrate in that way. Okay, fantastic. Look forward to supporting it. Just wanted to get that out.
Very good. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to anyone who's supporting the cruise night who is still here. That's the marathon of issues tonight. Very much supported the proclamation. I'm excited to see this. I have a quick question, maybe to clarify with Councilmember Prieto, just based on your comments. Are you part of this group?
Are you? I don't think you are an official member.
Not a
per
part
se.
of the group.
Yeah,
but
And I only
board.
ask just from a above board voting for funding for something that you're a part of.
No. Everybody that goes to cruise night is a part of it.
So
If I go to cruise night, I'm a part of it.
Yeah.
You go
no,
to cruise night.
And that's
part
what
of
you
it.
were referring to when you said
I'm not
we
on
or
the
us?
application. Yeah, we're like car culture, car.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to double check there.
And when I say we or us, I've been a part of the conversations with the city public safety and helping to organize with the car presidents and organizers, and so that's kind of the consensus
as a
of
representative.
what I've.
Sure.
Yeah.
I've in the conversation. So when meetings that I've been in, and I just want to help provide clarity. I have viewed her role in this more as a council liaison to community.
That's fine. Thank you for
And so then, of course, you get ownership in it.
Yeah,
It's like
no,
you've
I
been
wasn't trying to
invested,
allege
and it's
anything.
like
I just wanted to make sure
Yeah.
we were dotting our i's and crossing our t's,
Yes,
just based on
yes.
kind of what you said. So,
Okay.
thank you. I'm excited for council. I'm excited for the proclamation. I need to vote consistently with how I voted for other events that we have used council contingency funding for, and so therefore I can't support this to be consistent with my other votes. I didn't support using council contingency for fireworks. I didn't support it for the first Fridays for flagpoles and flag design. I don't believe we should be using on principle contingency funding for non-dire unique circumstances. I know I'm going to get outvoted on this, but I do need to hold true to that consistency because I think that's only fair to all of the other events that I have made a similar comment on, and how I believe we should be using council contingency for.
Okay,
I will not
and-
be debating this further. I
Okay.
just wanted to state
Well,
that for the record.
It looks like Councilmember Prieto has some words. So go ahead.
No, I just wanted to bring some clarification. Councilmember Popkin is a part of our sponsorship applications, and the process via the city is that any sponsorship that we approve the first year will come out of contingency, and then after that, it's planned in the budget. So it's not necessarily related to like maybe the first Friday where I don't think they were applying for a sponsorship. Were they were like after, because we're not funding them every year because it wasn't.
Correct. The council decided in that case to fund it, to give some seed money for 1 year.
Yeah.
But most other events, all the other city-sponsored events have gone the path that you've discussed.
Yeah, and so that is just a process of ours, not necessarily something out of the norm. And so just as an FYI, as other sponsorships come forward to us, it will always come out of council contingency if we approve, and then the years after that will then be planned in the city budget. Just some clarification and background for you.
Okay. So you did not want to debate, but okay, it's getting good. Councilmember Popkin.
No, it's not debate. I just had a clarifying question on that to make sure I'm understanding the distinction and applying my principle consistently. So for the first Fridays, we were not a co-sponsor of that.
You did end up being a co-sponsor of that, but unlike the other sponsored events, you only gave them some seed money for 1 year and asked them to let you know how it went.
And so in this case, this is for the first year because it wasn't budgeted for coming out of council contingency.
Correct.
With the intention for it to be sponsored more consistently through our main budget and planned as.
So it can be any way that the council directs. So for the first Fridays, you all said this is a one-time thing. For Unity in the Community, they asked for perpetual sponsorship. So for example, in that case, you gave them funding out of council contingency to handle the first year of in-kind services, and then it was budgeted in those departments after that.
And flags and fireworks were just one time.
Correct. Flags and fireworks were one time.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Oh, he looks like he's a yay. Okay. Okay, so that carries unanimously. Wonderful.
Mayor.
Thank you. Now we're on to, we have moved the discussion of the utility online bill repayment demonstration project to a future agenda. So we are now at final call, public invited to be heard. And I want to honor the folks, if they're still here, who signed up but weren't in the city limits. So the first one was Mara Tasker. Is she here? Okay, doesn't look like it. Susan Hall. Peg Cage.
And Mayor, just as a point on the
Yes.
on-bill financing piece, what we'll do is we'll send you some more. You have all the information they were
Yes.
going to present in your council communications, so we'll just bring that for a first reading of an ordinance in August, and we'll just remind you of everything via email.
Okay, great, thank
thanks.
you. That works.
So I'm going to change it a little bit. I'm Peg Cage. I do live just north of Longmont. Thank you for hanging in there and allowing me to speak. And I would like you to also consider voting in favor of this resolution that asks for, shall Longmont conduct constitutional one-day municipal elections in person with photo ID to verify eligibility and citizenship, with paper poll books at the precinct level, on paper ballots voted in secret, cast by the voter and hand counted in public view on site by bipartisan volunteers, with the candidate or issue receiving the plurality of votes deciding being the declared winner. The current election system that Colorado has was originally designed to form a government that reflects the values and principles of most of the people, and that's what I gave you this chart about. Any major party which is a party that receives over 10% of the vote for governor or president has access to the ballot through the process. Because the parties are each organized under a platform of values and principles, like-minded people can gather together and choose a candidate who will represent their values, and voters can easily choose and vote for the candidate who most closely aligns with themselves. Colorado's election process has been corrupted by years of small and large infraction by party infiltrators and un-American legislators who were elected by the now unverifiable and untrustworthy processes. And RCV would make that worse. We now have a generation who has never participated in an honest election. So it's easier for an outside party to get buy-in from them to vote to further manipulate the election process than it is to convince them to vote for, say, a communist. Our youth should research election processes and reject RCV and others that put government processes between them and their votes. One of the papers that I received in regard to this meeting was from Utah, where a city was put on notice for implementing RCV, that they could be sued for an unconstitutional ordinance. You have effectively pushed to the next council a constitutional violation.
Okay, thank you. So is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak at this time? Go ahead. Yes, 1, 2, 3.
My name is John Peterson, and I live at 4026 Frederick Circle, Ward 2, in Longmont. Mayor and Council, thank you for allowing me to speak. I am retired. I'm a veteran. I've lived in Longmont for almost 10 years. I had intended to make this little speech before the FAA grant vote, but I was delinquent in signing up, so I get to speak to the most alert people. Hopefully my cell phone battery will also hold out. Last year, the Ward 2 council member went to great lengths to delay the vote on landing fees until we had enough data to make a decision on landing fees, so he convinced council to wait for the rates and charges study, so the council had the financial data necessary to vote on landing fees, supposedly in the spirit of having enough data to make an informed decision. Now, the Ward 2 council member and the council as a whole, with exception of Council Member McCoy, has voted for the FAA grants with the primary claim that it's the responsible thing to do, even before having all the information, like the rates and charges study, that the Ward 2 council member vigorously promoted before casting his vote on landing fees. I want to point out that the Ward 2 council member's actions are inconsistent, contradictory, and very concerning for someone that is supposed to be data-driven and wanting all the data before casting a vote. Why didn't he make a motion to delay the FAA vote until after he had all the data? I can say that I do not feel well represented in Ward 2. Looking at the priority the city has placed on public safety tonight, you would think that some of that funding could be applied to air traffic safety for the many community members that have stated their cases to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Meg, come on down.
Andrew did, actually, and we're updating, so we'll have updated bingo cards for next time, too. So you can play the whole time. Meg Thornberry again. I just wanted to, I really want to make sure that we are being respectful of everyone and making sure that everyone feels heard, but also making sure that we are all working with the same sets of facts. Just to, share some things, because I hate seeing people be misinformed. I really hate that there is so much that's currently out there that is specifically preying on people using misinformation to emotionally manipulate people. And I just want everybody to be able to get the actual facts, know what it is, and to just be less manipulative, which I think everybody wants to be less manipulated. So one of the first things that you can do is make sure you are not using AI in any of your search engines. I highly recommend DuckDuckGo. The issue with using AI to summarize things is AI likes to hallucinate things. So it will make up different studies to prove the point that it thinks you want to hear. So also, please do research outside of your algorithms. Your algorithms are also very much designed to feed you what it thinks you want to hear. So if we are doing our own independent research, I really recommend going through Ground News, which is an app that goes and sort of splits things off into saying, here's what more left sources are saying, here's what more right sources are saying, here's what the center sources are saying, and here's what you're missing from each one. So I really appreciate how they go and they split their stuff up so that you can stay informed from multiple perspectives. And yeah, I think just being aware and having that moment to question when you're reading something, of just taking the moment to be like, okay, who wrote this? What are their intentions? What do they want from me? And using that as we are learning all of these things, and just, again, being aware of the ways in which we are starting to be emotionally manipulated. So basically, if you notice yourself reading something and having this really big emotional reaction, you're getting all up in arms and we gotta go do things, take a breath, take a second, go find 2 other sources to back that up. Just confirm that this is, in fact, the alarm fire that we think it needs to be. And just, would love to have productive conversations, and those conversations have to come on shared facts. So just really, again, don't want people to be taken advantage of. We live in a big data world that is specifically trying to take advantage of people and emotionally manipulate you through the news that it shows you. So just for everybody here in the room, I hope that you are able to make the changes necessary. Again, if you want to learn more about how to make more changes to get away from big tech, Visible Government League, we're going to be doing sessions to directly help you get separated from all that. So thank you so much. Have a good night.
Okay, final. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Mayor and Council. First, I just wanted to thank you guys as well for staying up so late.
Yes. And could you tell us your name?
Andrew Palmer. I live
Andrew
on
Palmer.
Sherman Street.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for staying up so late, having an impassioned and strong discussion about some of the issues that community cares about. I also wanted to say that I had the chance to work in the elections department as an elections temp last cycle, the previous 2 cycles. And I can say with confidence that that elections team is of the highest quality, one of the best teams I've ever worked with. And they, I have made great friends with my bipartisan team member, and we did everything together. And I can tell you with great confidence, they're one of the best election teams in the state, if not the country. So I really appreciate their work. I appreciate your guys' work, and thank you for having a great discussion and great vote for the issue we care about today, RCV. Good night.
Great, thank you, good night. Okay, so, oh, come on down.
Thank you, Mayor, members, and City Council. It's 1:05, so I'm going to be so fast. All I have to say is thank you. Thank you for taking the time to hear us out and to consider this issue with the thoughtfulness and seriousness that it deserves. And I want to particularly thank the mayor, who's been working on this issue and studying this issue since before she was even the mayor. So it's been a while. And I, on this, on so many other issues, you guys make me proud to live in Longmont. So thank you and good night.
Thank you. Oh, good morning, yeah, okay. So we are now on to mayor and council comment. Do we have another? Oh yeah, that's fine. Come on, raise that hand high. And you might want to lower that mic a lot. No, other way. Oh, so do you want to sit at the table, ma'am? That might be the easiest way to go, because then that way you're facing us.
For letting me speak.
Okay.
Yeah. My name is Helen. I do live in Longmont. By referring RCV to the ballot, City Council would be asking voters to adopt a voting process that is in the platform of the Communist Party USA. Communists know, quote, that the current electoral system is functionally a two-party system. It is close to impossible, in bold, to elect a third-party candidate, okay? On City Council members, I ask you to vote. I know you've already spoken on it. I ask you to vote to refer to the ballot the above initiative for honest constitutional elections and not for ranked choice voting, which is a complete perversion of the original intent of Colorado's system and most likely unconstitutional. Okay. There's other things about it. As I was saying, ranked choice voting is like allowing multiple answers to multiple choice questions. You're supposed to choose one, okay? And anybody that scoffs about the integrity of your elections, I've worked in the elections, and I have been unable to get definitive answers on the source of thumb drives that were used. And also, I've recently noticed multiple color ballot return envelopes, white, yellow, pink, blue. Okay, so it's nothing to scoff at, all right? It has me very concerned. Yeah, I'm telling you the truth.
Oh, no, I'm
worked for
trying to time.
This is my,
yes,
like my fourth
yes.
year. I've been working. So, and anybody that says like it's better for everybody, they need to know what each person's circumstances are. Because some people's circumstances are not increasing functionally. They're not increasing. It's going the other direction. Okay? So you need to know every single person, every single voter's circumstances before you say ranked choice voting will help. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, now we are on to, do we have another? Okay. Okay. We're on a roll, okay. Now I think you're able to set it off. Yeah, there you go.
Hey, I'm Matt Wellborn. I'm better at emails and writing things than talking. So I just wanted to say real quick, just like thank you for just like in my experience living here and like coming to city council meetings and like anything that's of interest to me, which is like pretty much any topic, unfortunately for me, I like end up researching and like the more and more that I research, the more and more I'm like, oh man, there's so much to know. And there's like so much complexity. And then, that's just for me who's just like trying to understand something, but you all have to make decisions. And you have a lot more things that you have to consider because of the consequences. And so I just want to say and express my gratitude for all the considerations you have, your desire, like Councilmember Popkin in the pre-session about just getting, accurate, right information from different parties and just seeking to have the best, the best information you can have and then make the decisions. It's like any decision is going to have a limited amount of information, but I know that you all and the staff members work tirelessly to get as much information for any decision you make. And so I just want to say thank you, and I'm really happy to live here, and I'm really excited for both the present and the future of Longmont. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, now we're on to mayor and council comments. Is there any comments from council? Given this late hour, we're going to move on. We're moving on. Yeah. City manager remarks. Okay, city attorney remarks? Yeah, no. Okay, we have a motion to adjourn. Second? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, we are adjourned.